الحقيقة والكرامة. been entrusted to chair. Among our tasks, we have the memorialization. In the decree incorporating this authority, Decree 138 dated in 2016, that among the tasks of this authority, memorialization, and to instill the values of citizenship, loyalty to the martyrs, glorifying their sacrifice and perpetuating their memory through activities and events that would be defined in coordination with the ministries and related departments. I'd like to express my pride and my joy because our country has pursued this course that adopted international standards for transitional justice, and at the same time I am honored to lead this stage on behalf of the Tunisian government and Tunisian country, that is to fulfill the process of transitional justice. And God willing, thanks to the joint efforts of everyone, I remain open to anyone willing to contribute with regard to the process of transitional justice in general. As a governmental official, I remain quite open to anyone promoting the preservation of memory, which is of crucial importance, because transitional justice, in fact, has to usher into overall and comprehensive reconciliation. This overall reconciliation cannot be achieved unless we provide reparation for the victims of despotism, and on the other hand, and in order to turn the page of the past, we have to really keep in mind the history and the background history of our country in terms of human rights, in terms of complying with public liberties, and in terms of human rights in general. And consequently, I wish this seminar fruitful proceedings, and I hope that the report that you will draft at the end of this seminar will consolidate and enrich our experience in our country, and enrich, if you like, the tasks for which I have been assigned within the framework of fulfilling the process of transitional justice. In the end, I'd like to renew and extend my thanks for all the organizers and for the Office of the High Commission for Human Rights for really dedicating all the efforts to the issue of transitional justice. Likewise for the United Nations Development Program for their strenuous efforts, and also the International Center for Transitional Justice, represented by the regional director, Mrs. Salwa Al-Gantri, who has, upon my designation as chair of this committee, she provided me with all the reports that ICTJ has elaborated in our country, and I believe that these reports are the, if you like, the fruit of, you know, an entire project work that started in 2011. Since the revolution momentum started to operate, and the post-revolution process started to really operate, I'd like to thank ICTJ in special terms. I wish your seminar, you know, successful proceedings, and thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Abdelrazak, for the accepting the invitation and for this opening speech. We now hand over to the second guest, Elodie Cantier, who is the representative of the Office of the High Commission for Human Rights. She will build on what Mr. Abdelrazak has said. Mrs. Elodie, you have the floor.
Representatives, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, in 2005, following the situation of human rights, thanks to the United Nations mechanisms involving the civil societies and the academia, the Commission of Human Rights in the United Nations reminded us that the knowledge by the people of its history is part and parcel of its patrimony, and as such it must be preserved by appropriate measures in the name of the duty, which is the duty of the state to preserve the archives and other evidence elements concerning the violation of human rights in accordance with the humanitarian law of the United Nations. The international law consecrated this duty, which is part and parcel of the duty of the state and the responsibility through the transmission of history. The goal of this is to preserve from oblivion the memory against and to protect ourselves against the certain negative thesis. So if we look at the past, we must found our work on the pillars of transitional justice. In its report, Mr. Salvini, the special rapporteur on the promotion of truth, justice, and the guarantees of non-repetition, reminds us without a memory there can be no right to justice, right and repetition, or call for or guarantees for non-recurrence. In his latest report, he calls upon the consecration of the process of miniaturization according to international law, and considers this as a fifth pillar of transitional justice. In the executive summary in his final report, he reminds us that there are some serious consequences of the violations. Therefore, memorialization has become an urgent matter in the process of reconciliation. The operation to conserve the memory and to encourage culture based on the past challenges and the fight against exclusion and violence. Thus, with regard to the aspiration and legitimate the challenges of Tunisians, and which was consecrated by the law number 53, the mandate and the work and our organization to reconstitute the history of Tunisia between July 1955 and December 2013, and contributed to preserving this memory of history and the history of the violation of human rights perpetrated in this country. They equally contributed to preserving the archives. This law has been published also in the Official Gazette of Tunisia, and thus it will be a legacy for the future generation and academic researchers, but in particular it will continue to be in the coming years a reference point consecrated, enshrined by the law, and indicating the main reforms that have to be undertaken through the preservation and the promotion of this memory and its physical and non-physical media. And in order to process adequately and to deal with the crimes that have been perpetrated, the transitional justice must be based on energetic, solid human rights. The recommendations of the report of our Commission for the Preserving of the memory in Tunisia is a must. We are waiting for the next stages in order to set up a plan of action concerning these recommendations as required by Article 70 of the Transitional Justice Law. So to do sound work, and according to the work that has also done by the IVD Commission, and involving equally the commissions of the victims that I would like to hail today, will come out with a tangible recommendation. Thank you very much for your paper. Now we'd like to move on to Mr. Steve, the representative of NCA, who is present with us today, who is online with us. Mr. Steve, the floor is yours.
If you don't mind, I guess you hear me, just checking. Yes, if you don't mind, I'll do my remarks in French. D'abord, c'est un honneur d'être là, Monsieur Abderrazek, président de la commission de l'histoire des blessés martyrs de la révolution et opérations terroristes.
Kileni, chairman of the Committee of Resistance Fighters and the Revolution's Martyrs and Wounded.
Mesdames et Claudie Cantier, Aristide, représentant de HCDH.
Aristide, representative of the Office of the High Commission for Human Rights.
Madame Locatello, de l'ICTJ.
From ICTJ.
Excellence, chers partenaires, chers participants, le PNUD,
partners,
le Programme des Nations Unies pour le développement,
UND,
a le plaisir de s'associer à l'organisation de ce séminaire sur la préservation de la mémoire en tant que garantie et d'élan en répétition.
guarantee for non-recurrence.
Au moment de la révolution tunisienne,
Eve of the Tunisian Revolution,
le PNUD a développé en coordination avec ses partenaires nationaux
joined its national partners to
une stratégie d'appui visant à accompagner et soutenir la Tunisie
a strategy designed to
pour réussir sa transition démocratique à travers l'appui à la mise en place d'un système de gouvernance fondé sur l'état de droit.
based on human rights.
En effet, le processus de justice transitionnelle constitue un des piliers de cette transition démocratique.
Pillar to this transition to democracy.
Comme vous le savez, selon l'ONU,
You all know, and based
il
on
importe que la justice transitionnelle soit entendue au sens large,
transitional justice to be heard on a large
comme
scale,
comprenant l'ensemble des mesures judiciaires et non judiciaires
judicial and non-judicial
visant à donner effet au principe de responsabilité,
implement and
à servir la justice, à offrir des voies de recours aux victimes,
justice to provide
à
victims
favoriser l'apaisement et la réconciliation,
to
à instituer une tutelle indépendante de l'appareil de sécurité, à rétablir la confiance dans les institutions locales
and to re-establish trust
et à promouvoir l'état de droit.
in institutions and to promote the rule of law.
Le processus de recherche de la vérité sont des outils importants qui complètent les procédures judiciaires.
Important to an important addition to the judicial.
Le processus de justice traditionnelle contribue à la préparation des violations des droits de l'homme
Reparation
et à mettre en place des réformes institutionnelles et législatives.
any exactions and
Et ceci contribue à instaurer la confiance et à poser les conditions d'une gouvernance démocratique, pacifique et empêche en même temps, en espérant, la société de retomber
and prevent
dans la discrimination
falling
et
into
la violence
discrimination
systématique.
or any kind of violence.
Le soutien au processus de dialogue et fournit des conseils au gouvernement tunisien en l'occurrence, et aux communautés afin de préserver la mémoire et garantir la non-répétition.
Memory and to guarantee non-recurrence.
Pour permettre des réparations collectives de graves violations des droits humains,
Victims of human rights
en
violations
particulier pour celles souvent identifiées comme vulnérables,
identified as
afin de ne laisser personne pour compte, de calamité,
not to leave anyone
et le processus de réconciliation en reconnaissant les souffrances des victimes
by
et en
acknowledging
réparant les erreurs
victims
du passé.
and by repairing the errors of the past.
Depuis la mise en œuvre du processus de justice traditionnelle par l'adoption de la loi organique
Through the organic law pertaining
à l'implantation de la justice traditionnelle et à son organisation par l'Assemblée nationale constituante,
within the national constitution
des avancées significatives ont été réalisées par la Tunisie et on s'en félicite,
made by Tunisia
afin de mettre en place un système de protection des droits humains et
of
de
the
lutte
system for
contre l'impunité.
human rights and to combat criminality.
Et dans le cadre de la réalisation des objectifs de développement durable,
The objectives of sustainable
et notamment le BD16,
especially Objective 16,
le PNUD a créé le processus de la justice traditionnelle depuis son déclenchement.
transitional justice process since its inception.
Dans ce cadre, le PNUD, conjointement avec le Haut Commissariat aux droits de l'homme et les différents partenaires nationaux et internationaux, dont l'International Center for Transitional Justice,
Partners including ICTJ,
a appelé les autorités et la société civile tunisienne à la formulation d'une vision stratégique de la mise en place
of
participative
vision
de la processus de justice traditionnelle. Dont le point de vue fut l'adoption par les
this
dans la loi
2013 of the organic law for justice. To conclude,
la publication de rapport global de l'instance de l'unité au journal officiel de la République tunisienne en juin 2020 récemment
June 2020,
l'élaboration et la mise en œuvre d'un plan d'action et
implementation of an
basé sur les recommandations
based on the recommendation of TDC.
et c'est dans ce contexte que le PNUD ambitionne de continuer à apporter son soutien à ce processus
we can recreate strengthen public trust in the state institutions. And I wish your proceedings. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Steve, the resident representative of UNDP. We now move on to the opening speech of Anna Miriam Rocatello, the Deputy Executive Director, Programs Director at ICTJ. The floor is yours, ma'am.
Yes, good afternoon to all. On behalf of the International Center for Transitional Justice, I would like to welcome you to our International Comparative Seminar, members as Guarantee No Repetition, which is organized, as you have already heard, with the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights and UNDP. Let me first thank the German Foreign Affairs Ministry for their strong support to not only this activity, but generally our work in several countries. And I am particularly pleased, although a bit sad, to greet the other speakers, the President particularly of the General Authority for the Resistance and the Martyrs and Wounded of the Revolution and Terrorist Operations, the lawyer Chiani, and wish him really all the best for his new positions, as well as the representative of the High Commissioner for Human Rights Office in Tunisia, as well as the resident representative of the UNDP. I'm a bit sad, as I was saying, because it's the first time I am not able to be with all of you in Tunisia, and it would have been a great pleasure, but the circumstances, of course, are oblige us to these new modalities of work, and I'm in any event considering myself privileged to have this opportunity to connect, at least virtually, with all of you. Previously, the speakers already mentioned the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which very recently we celebrated a big anniversary. It was a major, of course, achievement for humankind, and the particular issue that I would like to raise, the particular message, one of the main messages that this chart brought to humankind, is in its preamble, the reaffirmation of the faith in fundamental human rights and dignity and worth of human persons. I chose this particular phrase because dignity was, as we all know, at the core of the revolution in Tunisia that took place in 2010 and 11. It was the key word that informed and inspired the movement for change. And the Tunisians, following those events, have chosen to face the truth of what happened and to remember it. To remember it not only as a way to address what had happened, but as a guarantee of non-repetition for the new generation, for the future generation. And the process, therefore, included in the legislation a clear provision regarding memorialization, as well as the other processes and mechanisms and measures to redress what had happened and to establish the best basis for a future where these violations will not take place anymore. ICTJ, as you know, has been present in Tunisia since the end of the revolution. We have been honored to assist both the authorities and civil society in developing their processes to address the past and also to look at the future. one of the many projects that we developed and is particularly relevant for the work that we are about to embark in these 2 days is the Voice of Memory, a project that involved a variety of ladies or women of different age and different background that came together with the motivation to share their experience during the repression and the dictatorship, and produced a number of incredible products that will stay hopefully forever, and that we are still helping them disseminate to share not only their experience but what it meant to live and to be victims in a repressive regime in Tunisia. The products, as you probably know, include a graphic novel, a book gathering the different testimonies, and a series of podcasts, but it also gave us the opportunity, thanks to the support from the University of Birmingham, to organize and develop this exhibition that was that traveled across the country and was visited by a remarkable number of Tunisians as well as foreigners. The positive surprise was that among the visitors, the majority were young people, certainly below the age of 30. And that gave us also the opportunity to develop with youth groups through youth centers a further reflection on this experience and what it means really to share it and to discuss it, and what it means to prevent similar violations and the structure that enables that violation. One of the participants to our discussions mentioned actually that those who misinterpret the past will misconceive the present and the future. That is why it is essential that we take stock of what happened in order to avoid making the same mistakes again. It would be foolish to bear the consequences of a single mistake twice. So certainly it is important that Tunisia continues in its effort for change, for a better future. And the elements of their choice, the Tunisian choice on how to change, are all contained in the transitional justice law. However, as we know, transitional justice processes are long and painful, and sometimes we miss a setback, and sometimes they progress very rapidly. They require a lot of stamina, a lot of commitment to the ultimate goal, which is, as the President mentioned before, ultimately reconciliation. So the implementation now of the report of the Truth Commission, as well as the remaining elements of what the Tunisians have committed to implement, are the way forward. I would like also to say that, in particular, memorialization, the remembering, it's not only, as Mr. Savioli mentioned, the fifth element, or could be considered the fifth element of transitional justice, but it is one effort that permeates or can contribute to the achievement and the progress of all others. Revealing the truth without remembering would be a partial achievement. A reparation program that doesn't remember and honor those that have been victimized and have been on the front line for enacting change would be partial. And the guarantees of non-recurrence certainly are fostered by by any symbol, any effort, any process to remember what happened in order to prevent it from happening again. Even the criminal prosecution has an element of memorialization, which is very important, although it is, these are very following of regimented proceedings where victims and truth obviously is confined at what can be admissible and shareable in a court of law. Nevertheless, there is the truth which is officialized, which is formalized and remains in official documents of a country that has decided to move forward. So ICTJ remains, of course, committed and available and fully engaged in assisting all those actors in Tunisia that wish to continue in the path for change. And certainly we would be delighted to promote any initiative for remembrance and for the preservation of this incredible effort that has been made in these past years to reveal the truth, to provide dignity. And with that, I thank you all for your attention, and I really wish you 2 days full of reflection and fruitful discussions. Thank you.
And now we are going to see a video by Mr. Fabio Saliu, who is the Special Rapporteur on the promotion of truth, justice, and the guarantee of non-recurring guarantee. We are going to watch it together.
Bonjour, je m'appelle Fabien Servelli, je suis le rapporteur spécial sur la promotion de la vérité, la justice, les réparations et les garanties et non-répétition des Nations Unies. C'est un grand honneur pour moi de participer dans cette séminaire international organisé par le Centre international pour la justice transitionnelle, les programmes des Nations Unies pour le développement et les bureaux de la haute commissaire des droits de l'homme des Nations Unies. Cette séminaire sur l'expérience comparative en matière de mémoire. Je me félicite de participer parce que j'ai dédié mon dernier rapport présenté dans le mois de septembre au Conseil des droits de l'homme à la mémoire comme le 5e pilier du processus de justice transitionnelle. Bien entendu qu'il y a une relation entre ce 5e pilier et les autres 4. Notamment, la mémoire fait partie des devoirs de prévention dans l'obligation des garanties, dans l'obligation de garantir les droits de l'homme qui est établi dans les divers pactes, conventions dans la matière au niveau universel et aussi au niveau régional. Je pense que c'est indispensable, comme mon rapport le souligne, tenir compte des divers collectifs de victimes et aussi la dimension des genres dans tous les processus de mémoire que l'État prend. Aussi, la mémoire, c'est indispensable pour éviter les négationnismes que c'est un problème maintenant, le négationnisme des crimes contre l'humanité, des violations flagrantes des droits de l'homme qui ont été commis dans de divers pays et sociétés. Donc, le principe de non-régression doit être suivi par l'État et il faut la progressivité des droits de l'homme Et pour cet élément, la mémoire devient complètement indispensable. La mémoire, c'est pas une chose du passé, absolument. La mémoire aide les présents. Il y a beaucoup de liens dans des différentes situations d'exclusion, marginalisation, corruption qui sont liées à les cultures toxiques, on peut dire, du passé. Donc, c'est indispensable la mémoire pour le présent et aussi pour l'avenir. En troisième lieu, il faut passer la parole aux victimes. Les victimes doivent avoir un lieu privilégié dans tous les processus de mémoire et il faut la coexistence de divers narratives, mais jamais dans des diverses narratives donner la parole au perpétrateur. Jamais les processus de mémoire doivent être utilisés pour justifier des violations des droits de l'homme et pour le point de vue des perpétrés. C'est indispensable le point de vue des victimes. L'éducation en histoire, c'est aussi, à mon avis, indispensable. Et il y a, comme je dis, un lien très clair entre les processus de vérité et le travail de mémoire. Donc, les commissions de la vérité doivent faire un travail remarquable avec tous les components, en particulier la dimension des genres et aussi tenir compte de tous les types de victimes pour après faire un bon processus de mémoire. Il faut aussi de protéger les archives. J'ai souligné dans mon dernier rapport l'importance des archives pour la mémoire, des archives qui sont à l'intérieur des États et aussi les archives qui sont dans des organisations internationales comme les Nations Unies. Je marquais ça par rapport à ma visite et mon rapport après la visite à Salvatore. Aussi, il faut éviter la manipulation de la mémoire, la stigmatisation, l'apologie de la haine, et surtout les problèmes des réseaux sociaux, les fake news. Et bien entendu qu'il faut respecter la liberté d'expression. La mémoire, c'est indispensable pour l'avenir. La mémoire doit être un processus absolument dynamique. Sans mémoire, c'est pas possible accomplir avec des succès un processus de justice transitionnelle. L'État a les devoirs de la vérité, de la justice et de la rendition de comptes, de fournir des réparations dans les concepts de réparation intégrée aux victimes, aussi toutes les garanties de non-répétition, la réforme institutionnelle, la réforme législative, les processus de vetting et la mémoire. Avec tout, c'est possible d'avancer. Si jamais manque un de ces éléments, le processus sera un échec. Donc, je vous félicite pour l'organisation de cet événement très, très important, ce séminaire international. Je vous souhaite une bonne continuation et j'espère que mon rapport sur la mémoire comme le 5e pilier de la justice transitionnelle et les conclusions et recommandations vont aider le développement de cette réunion à Tunis. Bonne continuation. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Mr. Fabio, for this speech. I'd like to thank my guests for the opening speech, Mr. Kileni, Mrs. Olidi, Mr. Steve, and Anna Miriam for their contribution. They all highlighted the importance of remembrance. So the archive also. So this issue will be the topic of the first panel, the role of archives and memorialization initiatives as guarantee for non-repetition. The moderator for this panel will be Virginie Ladish, ICTJ senior expert. I hand over to Virginie Ladish to dwell more on the panel and to introduce her guests. Liz Sivchenko, Humanities Action Lab, Mr. Chuck Crescento, Philippines Memorialization Commission,
Okay, thank you. Can you all hear me? Yes? Thank you very much for the introduction. Very excited to be here with two incredible guests that have long and vast experience working in the field of memory, memorialization, and social change. So I'm really honored to introduce them today. For the interest of time, I'll give very short bios and I'll try and post the longer bios in the chat if that works. So our first speaker is Liz Sivchenko, who is the founding director of Humanities Action Lab, which is a coalition of universities, issue organizations, and public spaces in 40 cities, led from Rutgers University, New York, that collaborate to produce community-created public humanities projects on urgent social issues. Liz is also the founding director of the International Coalition of Science of Conscience, and network of websites that foster public dialogue on pressing contemporary issues. And many other achievements that I said I'll post in the chat. So to begin with this first panel for our two-day conference, I wanted to ask you, Liz, if you could kind of set the stage for us and provide us with a framing for how to think about memory and memorialization in the context of transitional justice and guarantees of non-occurrence. And in particular, given your particular work and expertise, to help us think both theoretically how to approach memory, how to understand it, and maybe to debunk some of the myths that people have of memory as very static and permanent, and also to share with us how in your work you've established the links between the work of memory and connecting it to present social issues that are actually still rooted in past violations. So with that, I turn it over to you, Liz, and thank you again for being here with us today.
Thank you. I wonder if I'll be able to share my screen in a little bit. That would be great so that I can share a little bit visually of the work that I think would be great to learn from. So as folks are figuring that out, I do want to thank everybody who has welcomed me into this space and given me the opportunity to learn from you and the questions that you're asking. And also to thank you for welcoming the other participants in my conference center, who probably will include children and cats at some point. But I know we're all very accustomed to that by now. And especially, I would like to thank the translators who have already allowed me in an international comparative meeting to really learn from all of you. And I know that work is very difficult. So thank you so much to them. Sorry to embarrass you, because I know now you're talking about yourselves to somebody, but I really do appreciate it. So I'm going to share my screen now. And thank you in advance for and learning a little bit about how this works. Virginie, can you give me a thumbs up if you see? All right. Okay, great. Okay, thank you. So I spent the first part of my career, as Virginie mentioned, learning as an American, learning from many other incredible and very experienced people who were working in different ways in memory, coming out of through transitional justice processes in other parts of the world. So I'll share first a bit what I learned from these other people when I was young and learning. And then I came back to the United States and tried to apply some of these lessons and strategies in what I learned to my own context. So I am somebody who really appreciates the kind of international exchange that you're establishing. As Virginie mentioned, I spent as founding director of the International Coalition of Sites of Conscience. I had the opportunity of learning from people who came from a real range of different cultural and political and contexts, but shared a couple of things in common. One was a commitment and interest to explore the connection between memory, dialogue, and action, and however that expressed itself in their different contexts. And also a shared sort of realization that memorials and museums, in other words, we were all representing memorials and museums, but that memorials and museums themselves, simply establishing them as static objects, won't guarantee non-repetition. And instead, it's the responsibility and the opportunity of the people caring and stewarding those memorials and museums to create an active and an ongoing process of remembering. And it's that process and the culture that it begins to build that is the bulwark or the guarantee, the defense against non-repetition. And so these questions were ones that some of the different people that I learned from and movements that I learned from were exploring at very different moments in their own histories and at very different moments in the relationship between the sort of original violations and the time they were in now. So in Argentina, for instance, and through these different moments, these different leaders articulated and deployed different forms of memory. So in instances where the original violations were fairly recent and an unfolding, for example, in Argentina, in the era before Kirchner, and this was in the sort of late 90s and early 2000s, in Argentina really thought of and deployed memory as reminding, creating lots of ways of marking and remembering people who remained disappeared, people whose fates were still unknown, and sort of putting their faces in the public eye in a variety of ways to remind people that justice had still not been done, and to remind people of those who had been, whose fates were still unknown. And they reminded both those who knew and had forgotten, and were also reminding new generations through traveling exhibitions and educational programs that they created, even as the prosecutions and the justice process was sort of underway, and in fact they were sort of updating the exhibit even as they went. The other kind of type of memory was that this coalition members taught me was about memory as a resource, kind of as a source of knowledge, as a source of comparative understanding, and as a source of inspiration. So for example, in the end of the sort of Thatcher era and the rise of New Labour in England, this was at this moment that we were working together, the National Trust bought a workhouse, which was a place
that housed indigent or poor people in England in the 19th century through the 1970s. And this building had seen every experiment in dealing with the problem of poverty that the nation had tried over the last century. So in addition to preserving this building, they created this kind of like now and then, it was called What Now, What Next exhibition to look at the different strategies that had been tried at different moments in time to deal with a problem that was still ongoing, and that was the problem of inequality and poverty. Similarly, the Gulag Museum in Russia sort of tapped memory as a sort of negative resource, as a resource for understanding what, in their case, the abrogation of democracy looked like, and how we could learn from that to identify new visions. And they invited, after touring these Soviet-era prisons, invited students to articulate their definitions and their of democracy, and to articulate the kind of things that citizens needed to do to uphold it through the reminder of this other past. And finally, the District 6 Museum in South Africa taught us about how memory could be a force for redress, and reparations. So not only can a formal reparations campaign happen, and then memory projects or memorialization can happen afterwards, but in this case and many other cases around the world, the grassroots memory project was the engine and the kind of architect of redress. So this was a neighborhood, for those of you who don't know, in Cape Town that was razed to the ground during the apartheid era to make way for a whites-only district. And the residents of the neighborhood came together around what an artist had created was this map of the neighborhood that was gone forever and had been destroyed, and invited people to come and write their memories of what they had lost on this map. And that process, both of like actual forensic identification of what had been lost, but more importantly, of kind of bringing people together around the place again, became both the sort of engine and, again, the architecture for a successful land reparations movement that did grant the former residents their land, title to their land back after a long process. So these were different forms of memory that these different leaders had used in different moments in relationship to the original violation. The other thing that I learned that was so important is to keep that this memory is not, the legacy of the original violation is not static, but starts to unfold and take different shapes over time. And that, of course, different generations' relationship to that original moment changes over time. And so therefore, memory is a process, and remembering is a process that has to evolve and adapt and continue to become active. So one great example of this was Constitution Hill in South Africa that many of you may know was shortly after the restoration of democracy, the Constitutional Court was constructed on the site of a former apartheid-era prison. And the sort of space in between, the plaza area, became a space for ongoing discussion of overall constitutional issues that the sort of past of the prison and the present of the court represented. And in fact, they created memory projects that responded and reflected new cases that were coming before the Constitutional Court, that also reflected the kind of changing struggles with justice and the new questions that the society was wrestling with. So, for example, when the Constitutional Court was debating the issue of gay marriage and whether to legalize it, the the museum sort of section of this plaza, this consortium, created a memory exhibit about the lives of LGBTQ people, both in the apartheid era struggle and post-apartheid, to sort of open questions about the relationship between, visions of justice in the new South Africa and LGBTQ experiences. So this was something that, was many years, 10, 15 years after the original questions, but it was keeping this memory ongoing. And similarly, in Chile, at Villa Grimaldi, which was a former detention center, of course, everyone, I think, generally, people are often very committed and excited about engaging new generations and engaging youth, but can sometimes do that by sort of just, dictating a history to them, or sort of telling the younger generation what happened in the past. And Villa Grimaldi instead shared what had happened under the Pinochet dictatorship, of course, with the students, but then invited them to identify where they, in their own lives, and especially in their school cultures, and their family cultures, and their community cultures, saw the legacies of this dictatorship, and then articulated what, what forms, different forms it was taking that was really impacting them, and then what they could do about it. So what began to emerge here was a little bit of a difference between that we began discussing between what it was to do a heritage of human rights, which is extremely important, grounded in the truths of the violations that took place, the implications of those violations for the present, and never forgetting what had happened and why, and who was involved. That's but that in addition to that, we needed to create a heritage for human rights, which meant it wasn't only what we remembered, but how, and imagining that we needed to create environments, or sort of microcosms of the society that we each wanted to see in our own vision and definition of a culture of human rights and democracy, and enact that through the memory process we were fostering, so that the ways that people engaged with each other through the memory processes would reflect or embody and enact the culture of human rights that each of us wanted to pursue. I, after about a dozen years of learning from these incredible leaders and their movements, sort of returned my focus to my own country in the United States, which, as you know, only in the last couple of weeks really has had any progress on a serious proposal for having a transitional justice or a truth and reconciliation process. So this is, before then, at a moment when there was going to be no sort of official national state exploration of any of our many histories that we needed to deal with. So I sort of took all of the lessons and began to think about something appropriate for my context, which was a participatory public memory. And I'll explain this through one of the projects that that a coalition that I organized led, which was about the phenomenon of mass incarceration, the phenomenon of incarceration in our country. So the first sort of piece of this participatory public memory strategy, which was really about using logics and modes of social movement in memory. So it's not, again, not just sort of a memory of the social movements, but it's using the ways that social movements are organized to approach memory. So in our case, the first thing that meant was to really find the fault lines, to identify what some of the most deeply contested issues were that were dividing the society, and rather than sort of avoiding them, sort of going straight to them and starting there, and then thinking about what new perspectives or strategies could be explored through a memory project. So the first, as I mentioned, one of the projects we did looked at, it was a national project that looked at the roots of incarceration in different localities in the United States, since at the moment, around 2013 to 15 that we were working on this, the US had the highest rate of incarceration in the world by like a factor of 10. If you can see, sort of this is the, nice, you don't see my pointer, but it's just outsized of any other place in the world, and had risen exponentially over the last decades. So starting, and it was also an issue that was, you know, deeply divisive in the society at that time. So starting by finding the fault lines, and then creating a process where it involves a range of stakeholders with a range of expertise, where everyone is positioned or has the opportunity to teach and learn, to be both author and audience, and then create a kind of platform for ongoing knowledge exchange. So this does not relinquish a commitment to truth and sort of evidence. We included in this were sort of the leading scholars of incarceration, but we began by bringing together a working group that included formerly incarcerated people, people who were committed to sort of memory work, and people who had really deep expertise from a variety of standpoints in this particular area, to ask simple questions like, why should we remember? Who should be involved? How might we remember? And really explore this in a collective way, and identify common questions that each of us could answer from our different sort of positions and expertise. With these common questions that we had established, we then created a huge national collaborative curation process that invited a kind of process of ongoing discovery and exchange of what we had learned and dialogue, and that was created iteratively, so that what we were creating was added to and changed all the time as new people participated, and again was a process of kind of co-creation and knowledge exchange among people with different kinds of expertise. So we created a coalition that began with a university whose students, most of whom, you know, had very relatively little knowledge about the issue, although they might have had family experiences with it, would engage in a course, and these courses were happening simultaneously across the country. The university partnered with then an organization working on these issues that would work with returning citizens, formerly incarcerated people, and a public space like a library or a museum that could show an exhibit and bring people together. In these courses, the students exchanged, collaborated with people with direct experience with these issues to really explore the roots of this incarceration in their localities. And we then linked all of the local teams across, it wound up being 30 cities, into an online platform through video chats, which we were doing before it was cool, which we now all are doing, but this was our mode then. And then really worked in a coalition across geography and identity, so that we allowed each local team to have locally controlled initiatives, but to address together this common question that we brought together into a single ongoing memory project. So in Louisiana, in one state, people dug into the legacies of slavery and its role in mass incarceration now. Others looked at indigenous populations and their histories and its relationship to incarceration. And others looked at our immigration policy and our new policies of immigration detention. Then each was given the task of posing a key question that their history raised for them, that they were troubled by, and then profiling and doing a mini history of their state, which we then assembled into a single traveling exhibit with each of their stories with it that included different media and interactive elements. This single exhibit then traveled to each of the and was activated by those communities in kinds of different ways. So it's a continues today. It launched in 2016 and it's still going with all different kind of actions that are taking place in each locality, new exhibits and new local deeper stories that people are exploring. And what's happening really is a kind of circles of engagement. So the students partner with the stakeholders and reach a larger public. And these kind of cycles of engagement where this is growing and growing over time with new communities able to add their stories and their pieces to the exhibit as it travels. We've seen a real impact on the students' civic capacity and their leadership that they've gone on to assume over the years, and also impact on the institutions that have participated, whether those are the universities or even or the cities, and the kind of criminal justice policy that they've enacted after, through the participation in the project. So I want to thank all of you, especially now as we are hopefully entering into a serious discussion of a truth and reconciliation, or truth and racial healing and transformation process in our own country. I really appreciate the chance to learn from you all in your 10 years of experience. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Liz, for that very great presentation. That sort of, I like the way you took us around the world, ended in the United States, to give everyone a flavor of the different approaches that you've used and the different ways in which memory can be linked to current social change and transformation. And I encourage those of you listening and watching to post any comments in the chat box, and then we will try and address it in the Q&A. But now I'd like to turn over to our second speaker, Chuck Crisanto, who serves as the Executive Director of the Human Rights Violations Victims Memorial Commission in the Philippines, which is the agency mandated to memorialize the human rights victims of the martial law during the 1972 to 1986 period. I also, again, put a more full bio in the chat, but in the interest of time, I don't want to, take too much more of his time. But really, Chuck, building on what Liz shared with us in terms of sort of the international work and the connections between memory, reparations, future change, we'd love it if you could share with us a little bit about the work that you're doing in the Philippines and how the museum fits within the broader struggle for reparations and the fight against forgetting. So over to you, Chuck, and thank you very much.
Mabuhay, I'm Chuck Crisanto, the Executive Director of the Human Rights Violation Victims Memorial Commission of the Philippines. When I was a kid, I wondered what would happen if I stuck a paperclip wire and still written in a manner which is sympathetic to the dictator. Our research showed that of the 700,000 public school teachers in our country, the average age range was 30 to 25 years. The private school teachers' average age was even younger. This meant our teachers never experienced martial law. They were not confident in teaching the period. Furthermore, there were very few reference materials existing. At my age, this age, I only comprised less than 7% of the population, and I did live through that period. Furthermore, the return of the science and the allies of the regime has brought out a troll army to change the perspectives of the larger population as they ascend once again to power. It took 27 years after the People Power Revolution in 1986, wherein we overthrew the dictator, before the state finally acknowledged that human rights violations did occur and passed Republic Act 10368. This created my agency and the Human Rights Victims Claims Board, which had a budget of 10 billion pesos from the recovered ill-gotten Marcos wealth from the Swiss banks. 75,749 people came forward to apply for reparations. Only 14.4% were approved by the Claims Board due to the difficulty, among other things, of gathering substantial evidence from something that happened 4 decades ago. I always tell this story of an old man who went to the Commission on Human Rights to get the reparation fund. It was a big sum, like 5 million pesos. If you think he was happy, he looked at the 4 checks that he held and said each check represented a daughter or a son that he lost. And so no matter how much the state pays the victims or their heirs, it would never compensate them for the hurt that the state has done. And hence, the same law provided that these victims will be placed in honor in a museum, which we now call the Freedom Memorial Museum, for the Filipinos who fought for freedom, democracy, and human rights. This was a task which I felt should involve not only me, but the larger community, and as many Filipinos as possible if we are to arrive at a collective memory. I went to the 13,000-strong United Architects of the Philippines to encourage the best architects in our country to participate. More than 200 registered from all over, making the design contest the most widely participated design competition in the last 2 decades. The important part for a young architect to make an iconic design was he had to research on the past, to feel what happened and express it in architectural form. We got a prestigious list of jurors, experts, leaders in the field of architecture, interior design, landscaping, environmental designs as well. And here, our architects pulled through. I would like to show you in a short video the process by which we ran an online poll to choose the people's choice, as we reach out to the survivors as well to lend their voice. This was anyway a victim's memorial. Here is a short clip of that process. three 27-year-old architects who were born in 1995. They never went through martial law. In fact, to do this winning design, they had to research deep and beat the younger and the older architects. Here is the one that won. We hope to start the construction next month, but our work does not stop in building edifices because the heart of the museum are the stories of the human rights violation victims. In order to do this, we have to index and research on all of the 11,103 persons approved for reparations, which is not an easy task. This has made, here's one such story of a daughter whose mom disappeared during the martial law period. Our site, which is still in the incipient stage, is at the crosshair of the revisionists. Next. Here is a view of the people who trooped when they went and applied for claims in Mindanao. And here's that woman who lost her mom. She never saw her mom. She was a baby when that happened, and she was imagining what is it like to have a mother. And it is these types of memories that we want to hold dear because they move out of being statistics and move forward to being real persons, Filipinos, who suffered during the period. I'm showing you another slide regarding the Marcos revisionists. As we are drawing up this site, we have already 200 brute attacks in the last 2 months alone. They know that the museum and our site is at cross with their ambitions. In this site, if you'll notice, we have listed, move to the next, a role of victims. And the role of victims is very, very important. And this is just a drop in the role of victims, because as I go around the country, it seems as there is much, much more people, maybe more than 200,000, those who couldn't go to the centers of the city to apply for claims, those who were not reached by the information. But in this role by itself, you will see, are we moving this? Yeah. In this role, you can see the victims, and then let's move the next one. Yes. The victims were classified according to the severity of the human rights violations on them, from 1 to 10 points. 1 point, you might just be hit by a truncheon. 10 points, you would have been killed or enforced disappeared. Next. Let's go. So the next one is, as we are at the crosshairs of the revisionists, we go down to the schools. We have these educational outreach activities, and we go down even to the grade school already, at grade 5, grade 6, high school levels. And we move even to the layers where the Marcos family holds sway, where they were beneficiaries, people who were beneficiaries of the regime. And they still tell me that that's not the story my grandfather told me. He said it was a grand vision. And we come out with evidence and say that may be true for your grandfather, but not for many, many more Filipinos. Part of the right to know is we are also doing original research or primary research. And here we have conducted some research on mass graves. I, who have been during the Marcos period, I never knew many things that have happened because the censorship was so strong. The media was so censored. And now when we look at it, there are things that we had never known, genocides that have happened. The sad fact is, when I looked at the curriculum of our security sector, which the schools produce for our police and military officers, there are topics regarding conflicts between the Philippines and Spain 100 years ago, or the Philippine-American War, and even World War II, but none dealing with the 14-year martial law regime. The sad fact is, without learning from the past, many authoritarian actions are being resurrected. We are also into primary research because even if I lived through that period, many things were covered up. Media was heavily censored, as I said, so it was only now that we are uncovering some truths, triangulating them for integrity, and this is part of our mission to know and to be aware that these things did happen and these things may happen again. I asked one high government official if I can dig up the mass grave of 45 years ago. And he said, why? So we will have the bones of evidence, sir. And he said, Chuck, if you do that tomorrow, you will put all of us in danger. Or what military unit will help you uncover the atrocities of their kindred units? These are the challenges. We are also trying to get as much testimonies from those who survived. Here, I am unfortunately at the wake of Senator Pimentel. Here's the who promised to be with me in the inauguration of the museum and to give a video testimony, but he went ahead. Many of the survivors or senior citizens are in what they call the pre-departure stage. It is imperative that their stories are documented now to be shared to the next generation. Otherwise, all their sacrifices and experiences will go with them to their graves. Here is our logo. At the middle of the symbol is the baybayin script for alaala, or memory, which is central to the Commission's purpose. Around it are flowers, but they're made out of tears and blood, and these are offered to the victims and the survivors of that period, because we remember. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chuck, and congratulations for that incredible work. And I think we'll all be watching with great interest as the museum starts to be built, and also learn from the way in which you're both looking backwards and also reaching towards future generations. Just want to pause 1 second to see if there are any questions from Facebook or from those watching or those in the room. Please post them in the chat or ask Nadia, who's in the room. But while we wait for any questions to roll in, perhaps I'll start with a question for you both. It's quite a difficult question, but love to get your thoughts. If we're thinking to those who are in Tunisia, who are thinking about ways to advance measures of non-recurrence around memory and memorialization, what advice do you have to them in order to avoid memory being hijacked by the past? How do you avoid some of the political contestation over the past that can then get it trapped or limit its potential to look forward? So any strategies that, from your different experiences, on ways in which you've been able to overcome different obstacles of either government blockages, or, as you were saying, Chuck, in some of the contexts where you work, strongholds of the former regime, and strategies that can help sort of maybe in the short term and in the longer term. So perhaps we'll start briefly with Chuck and then over to you, Liz. Sorry, you're still muted, Chuck.
Do you remember the story that I presented of the genocide we are uncovering that happened 45 years ago? I never had a clue of it until one Muslim woman said, "I'm willing to tell my story now, and I have kept it for the last 40 years. And I said, "If you're serious, I'll put a camera and you can speak as long as you want." She spoke for 2 hours, breaking down many times during that period. As she was giving her testimony, I began afraid, not only for herself, but also for the team, because I knew we didn't know how to handle people who would break down as they would testify. There would be a psychological trauma that they would re-experience once again as they tell their story. And this is the hardest part, to experience it once again. I'll tell you, all of my staff are below 30 years old. I purposely chose them to be young. And they tell me, as they read the story, as they index the files, that they too dream about these victims. They too go through this vicarious experience of being tortured. I myself have been visited many times in my sleep by those who were disappeared. As I read them, it lives. I think that's one element that we have to be very watchful about. The psychological trauma when we ask them to relive their experience, and the vicarious trauma of those who are involved in this process of documentation. That's really a big challenge, and our medical professionals are very few, and we need help in that regard. So my advice for anyone starting through this journey, mental health is very important.
Thank you for that. Liz, over to you.
Yeah, thank you. I'm so glad that you brought that up. And I've also had struggles with that. And, you know, a whole kind of field has emerged of trauma-informed or that I've been able to learn from that really understands the different kinds of structures that need to be built into any kind of storytelling exchange, including and different people that to bring in than one might, you know, think of bringing in. So in one of the projects that we're working on of people who had been really violently abused in a prison and in a jail, for example, there's a sort of aftercare process where there's somebody who's specifically there to care for the person after they've shared their story. And there's also a lot of preparation of the person. But one thing that I came to learn late and that I'm so glad that you brought up was about sort of the people who are one step removed, including when you were talking about the indexing. We, in one of our projects, only learned late that the people who were volunteering to transcribe the interviews, which was, and index, as you said, the interviews, which was a job we thought was sort of a technical one. They themselves were, just by the process of transcribing, really experiencing a lot of sort of secondary trauma. And so the local organizer began having transcription parties where people would, even in the context of the pandemic, transcribe in a collective, in a group at the same time, just silently, and then be able to have a community to share with or stop with or pause with in moments where they were, you know, having, you know, experiencing really intense emotions with what they were transcribing. So I really appreciate that. And then as far as the sort of questions about different, getting them through different obstacles, I think, you know, obviously it's so rooted in the particular histories and contexts and political map of each place, but I have not found there being a way to sort of be outside of politics. It's always political. You know, that's why we're doing it in a way. So it's about creating a kind of open and ongoing space for contestation and conversation about the questions that are being raised, that's also really grounded in a commitment to forensic truth. So that's very difficult to achieve that balance of sort of maintaining the commitment to truth and then open dialogue on its implications that can kind of engage everyone. But there's the different strategies that we learned from that developed our sort of participatory public memory were ones that kind of really leaned into that.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think, you know, one point that I want to echo that you both touch upon is the connection between people involved in this work being both participants and audience. And I think it's very interesting the point that you made, Chuck, that these three architects were not alive during this time. And so they had to go through the process of kind of researching, understanding in order to represent that experience. And I think we had something similar with the Voices of Memory project that we did in Tunisia that Anna Miriam spoke about briefly. The artists that we hired were younger and from a different background and often male, and they had to really try and understand and absorb the experiences of women and then represent them through art. And I think that's a very powerful medium, rather than just saying, here, learn this history, asking someone to be in charge of how to represent it can be also a very powerful educational experience. And perhaps to close, I just want to ask one final question, is how do you see the link between symbolic memory work and concrete material reparations or social transformation? And I think we want to caution against people picking and choosing the elements of reckoning with the past that are more convenient. And in some contexts, we've seen government officials renaming a street or making a national holiday and then saying, okay, we've remembered the past, we can move on. And we see this all around the world. And so what's the balance between the importance of symbolic spaces of memory and learning and honoring the victims? And how do those connect to actually material reparations or concrete social transformation? Maybe we'll go reverse order. Liz, if you could give a few comments, and then we'll close with you, Chuck.
Yeah, I'm so glad. I think what for us and what we've been trying to do lately, again, with this idea of participatory public memory, is actually make those two things one, so that we're bringing the logics and the modes of social movements to memory. And so the memory is in and of itself, it's not a catalyst, it's not only a catalyst for social, larger transformation or social change, but it is in and of itself just embedded and a part of that process. So, you know, back to the example of the District 6 Museum, where it was the memory project that was the reparations campaign. So it wasn't just sort of that the two were connected, it was that in the actual act of remembering, you know, became the evidence and the organizing for the support for the reparations. And similarly, the kind of new criminal justice policies that in the US that we were organizing was done through this memory work. So I loved when Chuck said, we don't stop by building edifices. You know, we build edifices, we don't stop. That's such a great message. And I think that's just, it's about continually activating memory and having it be responding to new legacies and new situations that present themselves that really keeps it active.
Thank you, Liz. Over to you, Chuck.
Well, most authoritarian regimes pursue a slew of gargantuan projects or brutalist architecture, big buildings, big ticket projects. And our country had that, over an 88 hectares brutalist architecture, cultural center of the Philippines, supported also by the United States, as well as so many things. It is important, the Freedom Memorial Museum on 1.4 hectares stands up against that. Symbol per symbol, we have to match up. In the digital world, we're matching up also with their digital content that they are pushing as well. In terms of research and books, we're partnering with local institutions because, as I mentioned a while ago, there's very few reference materials about the period. No one wanted to tackle these things. It was too dangerous, or they'd rather do something else. And so we're encouraging master's students, PhD students, local universities to now look into the past, into their own country, into their own locality, what happened there. And here, what we could do is congregate or converge this information, and one day, and the day is coming soon, we can bring it out to the world, maybe in Google, and you could type how many people were water tortured in region 5, 6, or 7, and the data would spit it out. Who was the most, what person was the most cited as a perpetrator, let's say in sexual slavery, and then it will come out. This data has to be organized, has to be indexed, has to be brought out to the public. That's my job. The scholars, the academicians, and who else will now see the sense and analyze it so that in the future, there is more content being driven out. And those who said, no, that's not what my grandfather told me, the personal experience would now have to match up with the different cultural, educational, and even architectural things that move around. And that is what is collective memory.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much, Chuck and Liz, for sharing your time, your expertise with us. I've definitely learned a lot, and I think you've given us a lot to think about, a lot of inspiration as we, continue the rest of this seminar. So again, Thank you very much. And now I turn it back over to you, Nadia.
To see whether the participants wish to ask a question. We can take only one question since we are running out of time. So anybody wishing to ask a question? Nobody wishing to ask a question? So I would like, as I said, to thank our guests, Virginie Chang, for moderating this panel. Now, before we move to the second session, we are going to take a coffee break for 15 minutes, and then we'll move on to the second session. Thank you for your attention.
Bye, Chuck. Thank you. Thank you, Liz. Bye. Bye, Miriam. You're staying? Yeah.
I was just saying bye to the speakers.
I think everyone hears us.
everybody. My name is Ahmed Alwi. I'm in charge of human rights. First of all, we're going to speak about memory preservation. We're talking about preserving the archives. And in the process of transitional justice, I would like to welcome our guests here present with us today in this afternoon session. Mrs. Narjas Debish, who is the director of the archive of the TDC. She will be speaking about the Truth and Dignity Commission archives, a crucial source of the fraternal memory. Mr. Hedi Jalal unfortunately could not make it today, but there is no doubt we'll have another chance to meet with him during other meetings and conferences. We equally have Mr. Shawqi Gaddes, who is president of the National Authority for the Protection of Personal Data. We'll be speaking about the protection of the personal data of victims between the legal obligations and the experience of the victims. We equally have today Mr. Adnan Laswood, who is the president of the High Authority on Access to Information, who will be speaking about issues which concern access to the information, because, as you know, this is a very important element in transitional justice. We equally have an expert, Mr. Romano Le Dauphin, who is a program officer from the Swiss Peace Foundation, and will be speaking about, will be presenting a paper about the accesses for the IVD archives and what are the lessons from the International Criminal Tribunal for Rwanda. With much ado, we can start with the first paper. This is Narjas Debish, who is the director of the Truth and Dignity Commission archives, and they should be speaking about the Truth and Dignity Commission archives as a crucial source for threatened memory. Thank you very much, Mr. Ahmed. In 15 minutes, I will try to summarize the topic. In the beginning, I must admit to say that the TDC has an important archive that document violation, financial corruption, the forgery of elections, and it will be possible to protect the rights of the victims. And it will be a source for research, scientific research, to understand the mechanism of dictatorship which had the hegemony, or whose hegemony prevailed for decades and decades. And it will be a preserver of which will preserve the memory of the nation. With regard to the archives of the TDC, they can be classified into two types, namely two priority. It's paper and digital documents. With regard to the paper archives, first of all, it is, for example, the 62,000 complaints with all its affixes and indexes, which means that attached documents or commitment, including investigation, research, hearing sessions. We equally have the decisions, the decision concerning these files. So we have also other files collected outside the TDC, collected in three ways. First of all, by access to on the spot, which means a team from the archive moves to the site, and it will digitalize the archive, and then it will transfer it to the TDC headquarters, or it will receive also the documents from other institutions following email from the TDC, following a request of the case management. To receive, for example, explanatory documents to explain the events or the framework into which the violations occurred. In addition to this, the TDC sends a mail to the given institution, which will forward the documents to it, and of course, and also the TDC receives directly these documents following the initiative taken by people individually. And I think this is a Tunisian particularity. During the revolution broke in Tunisia, there were some coordination, some police stations which were burnt. There were actually some citizens, normal laymen, who know the importance of the archives, who accessed these burned down places and saved some documents. They hid them in their houses, others actually gave them to other associations, and others gave them to some right activists. And on a voluntary basis, they would come and tell us, I have some documents which I would like to give you. And this is something which I cherish. When I remember it, it's something that I cherish very much. So the number of documents are in the labor offices, and which were the result of the daily practice of all the institutions, be it the central offices or the regional offices of the TDC. With regard to the digital and electronic documents, we have the complaints, file complaints. The files are digitalized right away when we receive these documents, and then all the indexes are attached to it in order to facilitate the dealing with this case, and then it is archived. As for the management of the complaint files, it's a dual operation. This is an application to deal or software to deal with the complaint. It updates all the stages of the complaint, and we have also another application, which is also with regard to the files which are digitalized. There are 750 octets. We equally have another type of the management of these archives. We have also audiovisual documents, 645 hearings, and we have 80 gigaoctet. This is the size of the file. In addition to this, we have also another application to deal with the files received. There are 7 applications. Application for the sifting, the management of the hearing dates, the legal treatment of the files, another application for the management of the rejected files, another application to follow up the treatment or the processing of the file, the management of immediate or urgent action. So the application that I spoke about before, which creates and generates the complaint and creates the digital document. However, we need to examine the documents themselves in addition to the digitalized documents. In addition to that, we have other application which concerns the TDC itself, because the TDC served the transitional justice with experts, with officers, with people which were hastily working with on the files. We have 8 applications: one for the management of the employment, of accountability, emails, another one concerning the payments, another one concerning the assets, another one concerning the assets and the authorization to move, and the follow-up of the treasury, the budget. What has been achieved so far? What has been achieved so far with regard to the archive as a source of memory? Yes, indeed. But for me, I will speak about what has been done so far until the end of October 18, when I left the TDC. This is what I'm cognizant of, and I cannot speak about something I'm not aware of. So the archive has been protected and safeguarded. all the documents have been safeguarded at the central archives, along with all the attached documents. Once equally they are digitalized, and an agenda, electronic agenda, and list of these files have been equally established. We equally have the data which will enable us, as it had done in the past. It will help us in the future to know where the paper file are cited exactly in order to access the information. So we have also an archive of the collected files. They have been preserved to preserve and to safeguard all the files received by the TDC, whether they are documents received from other institutions following an email from the TDC, or which are received from individuals from the TDC headquarters. As a matter of fact, the paper collective archive, although it is quite big, relatively it remains very small in comparison with the digital archive, because the collection of all these files of the dictatorship, we have actually digitalized all the files. As a matter of fact, we do not receive the documents. The archivists will move to the site or to the institution, the presidency, the national archives, any other ministry, any other governorates. We would move there. We would digitalize the concerned documents. We would examine them, sift them, and we see, whatever could serve the work of workers were eager to protect these archives. We equally facilitated the use of the data. With regard, we protected the archives. In addition to this, we facilitated the use of the information by digitalizing the information files and complaints. Because this is due to, we digitalize equally all the documents, the paper documents that we received, and we use digitalization, and this will facilitate the work of the researchers, or the work of the researchers in the future. We equally adopted our administration, also had a clear description, used the RCVD software in order to manage or to facilitate accurate research. In other terms, when in the future, for instance, during the work of the TDC and after and post TDC, our aspiration was that when the researcher comes to us and would like to look for an information or a file, he has so many mechanisms that he can use. There is the name of the individual, there is the geographic location, the date, there is equally keywords that he can use. There is also the title of the file. It suffices you to enter or to key in one of these, and then you will have access to the electronic file, and you will have the physical address of the file. In other terms, when he wants to examine the file physically, he will be told that it will be in the file X or Y. He can give. He will say the number is, for example, 1881, and I would like to look at the paper, and he can have indeed access thanks to this application and software. So there is also what we call, we facilitate the use of the archives, and then we prepare it, or with the stage for removing it or transferring it to another place. So we transferred them from the regional office in 1980. It ended until we have a unit of checking the information. It collected all the documents which has, and they were preserved in some archives, and we had created some storehouses to preserve these documents. And in addition to this, we prepared the electronic agenda and lists clarifying or relating to each individual document, and they became tables of transfers in order to pave the way for the transfer to other places. I'm talking about only about 2018 here. The documents that we have in our TDC offices started, the collection work started, but for me, unfortunately, I left at the end of October 2018, and when I left, the offices or the collection operation has not started yet. So I'd like to say that the memory is jeopardized. We have not really, the audiovisual has not been archived. This includes the confidential secret hearing sessions. They have not been archived. They have not been described in a way that could, or integrated in a way that, you will need the RCVD, the application, which will facilitate access to the information, and they have not been transferred to the National Archives. This is as far as I knew. And until the moment I left, and here I'm not speaking about in my capacity of director, but about a researcher in history. Until the time I left, I connected the national. I contacted the National Archives, and they told me that they do not have these audiovisual documents, which will lead to the difficulty of using its content. At least for the time being, the digital archives has not been transferred to the National Archives, and therefore cannot be used or cannot be tapped in an efficient and efficacious way. Why? Because the digital archive, as I said, has been downloaded using the various applications, mainly the complaint management application, so that when you have the access to the application, you can search using the name, geographic location, the given city or the government, to see how many violations were perpetrated, or for example, how many cases of torture. It will give you the list, the number of files, and you can access the files whether digitally or hard copy. If, for instance, the paper documents are the National Archives, it will be impossible for the researcher to carry out any search or research operation. The collective digital archive, which we said essentially it should be digitalized, it's a compulsory. And if it is copied in the form of paper, it loses its capacity, and there will be no room for holding all this number of papers. So the digital archives have not been transferred to the National Archives, and nobody so far has been able to tap it. So all the electronic applications have not been sent to the National Archives, and they include all the data. They include all the data of the case management, and it will help us to understand the case from the onset. What are the stages the complaint went through? But unfortunately, so far we do not have that. Even the memory of the TDC, which is part and parcel of the memory as a whole, is confined and limited. All the digital archives and the electronic archives, I know personally, I know where it is kept today. I don't know where it's kept today, but I know that it's not at the National Archives, which is its legal site where it should be preserved and kept as stipulated by the framework law. Which stipulates clearly that these archives should be given to a memory institution created for that purpose, or the national. So the question is, where are now the electronic application? Where are the archives? Where are the databases? Where are the audio, the visual audio records of the hearings, of the meetings of the TDC, and whether they are dealt with archive people or specialists, because because they are the ones who are competent. Otherwise, we need people to protect these files. You need always to take samples and check them to see whether the vision has been obliterated. Maybe some of them completely disappeared. It's a serious matter. These are international standards that have to be observed. The international standards stipulate that every year you have to carry out an oversight and checking operation. Who's using them? Who's keeping them? Where is the hard disk, for instance? So far for me things are blurred. for me, this remains an important question mark, and red question mark, the memory is really seriously jeopardized and threatened. So how can the Dignity Fund have access to these files, in particular the case management application? If the the Dignity Fund, when it wants to use for example, who have reports of harm, some of them, for example, their social situation and health situation required immediate intervention, urgent intervention by the emergency unit. So if they have a decision of reparation, and it's clear, which clearly stipulates that such an amount must be paid up due to the harm it underwent. So if this money, he received part of it during the urgent emergency intervention, there is no doubt this will be deducted from the total amount, and therefore the Dignity Fund must be aware and cognizant of this information. So we need this technicity to protect these archives. Otherwise, they will be in a jeopardizing situation. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Narges Debesh, for this introduction on the analysis of the archives, and what you have said pertains to the activities that you have been entrusted with until the end of your mandate. So as we also unfortunately, the head of the National Archive Department is not with us. What we have in terms of information that the archives and the paperwork has been transferred by the TDC upon expiry of its mandate to the National Archive Institution. And with regard to audiovisual and electronic and digitized archive, is still at the head of the government headquarters. And among the recommendations that by virtue of the law, Article 70, the archives have to be transferred from TDC, there are two hypotheses, either to the National Archive Department or to another ad hoc commission. And if it is not yet established, all the archive has to go to the National Archive Department, and among the recommendations, how to support the National Archive Department with regard to the management of this archive. Quite certainly, it's now mentioned, even in the absence of the representative of the National Archive Department, because all the archive is now at stake. There's no way to question the National Archive Department, but the problem is about supporting the National Archive Department due to the specificity of the archives pertaining to transitional justice. With regards to the archives, there are two points that we need to address through the next speakers. The first point regarding archives is about the personal data. We have a law in Tunisia since 2004 pertaining to the protection of personal data, especially in terms of transitional justice. This raises multiple issues because you have an archive that will be used later, and the topic today at hand is that the victims would like to get acquainted to gain access to the data. There are researchers, students who want to gain access to the archives, and that's the purpose for the archive, not to be stored, but how to really tap into the archive to avoid recurrence and to get to know what happened in terms of violations. So we have a first point about the protection of personal data, and the second point is access to data in connection with the topic at hand. Shawqi Hadeso, the head of the National Authority for the Protection of Personal Data, you have the floor, sir. Hello, everyone. Very happy to be with you. in response to with Mr. Mohammed, I prepared my paper in French just for the interpreters. The slides will be in French, but he'll be speaking in Arabic. So that's the advantage of being bilingual and trilingual in Tunisia. The problem raised, I'm really astonished at what I've just heard. And I got even more astonished when I heard that some of the paper documents were referred to the National Archive and other papers were not. As an expert in the management of personal data, I don't distinguish between paper and electronic documents. Both are of the same value, and this raises a clear problem here, is how, in such a situation, how to protect personal data of persons like the victims. In this situation, and as we deal with the archives, the remembrance is based on how we sustain in time these archives and these documents, paper or digitized documents. And in order to understand how to deal with remembrance in the future, we have to look back in what we have done before. And this is my personal opinion. Regardless of my quality as the head of the National Authority for the Protection of Personal Data, the work done by the Truth and Dignity Commission has to be assessed. And at this level, and at the level of the protection of personal data, there are many loopholes and that need to be avoided in the future, regardless of the institution that will be entrusted with these documents. These errors and mistakes should not happen again. What happened first, we should not forget that what incorporated transitional justice is the organic law of 2013. In its second article, which is an article in principle, it provided, or it stipulated, and I'll try to translate, that the truth-seeking has to be based on 2 points. The preservation of human dignity, that is a decisive and a definite and a defining principle. And the second item, without, of course, prejudice to the personal data of the individual. So the entire process of transitional justice, and tomorrow when we deal with remembrance, we have to keep in mind these 2 principles: the preservation of human dignity, and that's the goal, and that's the, if you like, one of the purposes behind the revolution. And the second item is the protection of personal data. What we did with TDC, we kind of overlooked this article. Why do I say that? As a head of the National Authority for the Protection of Personal Data, I talked with the president of TDC, and I told her that if we consider Article 2, which is the basis for transitional justice, you should not affect personal data. This brings you back to an organic law, Law 63 of 2004. So that considers the protection of personal data with the 6 items involved in this article. So she heard me, but we didn't do anything since our meeting. So if Article 2 that provides for the protection of human dignity of the victims without prejudice to the protection of personal data, this is what Article 2 provides for of Law 63 of 2004, because the protection of personal data, its basis is based on the protection of human dignity. Respect of human dignity. So we have the same concern, and it is consecrated in these articles of both laws. So normally we should have worked jointly and we should have consulted with each other. The entire work during the era of TDC was based on hostility. And this was visible in almost every activity. That's why I'm really concerned about remembrance and memorialization tomorrow. As an evidence for not protecting personal data is what happened through TDC. When I saw this communique of TDC, I must tell you the truth, I couldn't really sleep comfortably at night. On the 19th of March 2019, there was a communique by TDC saying our information system has been compromised and all the data has disappeared and has been erased, but we have a safeguarded copy, and in a short period of time the system has been recovered. Is this the problem? Is this a problem about the restart of the system? Well, it would have been worse if we didn't have that system of safeguard. But so the person that erased that got a copy and obtained a copy. And the problem of Shawqi in this is that he's a legal expert and a computer expert. So the person who erased the information got a copy. It means that all the personal data of these victims are at large. And what about the protection of personal data? What about the protection of the human dignity of those people who came forward and who told their stories to the TDC? That's the real issue, and this is not me. This is what was mentioned in the substance of the communique. That was in the newspapers. This is a real problem. So in the future, my problem is how to secure all of these documents, even though I know there's a copy that is wandering around somewhere. For these reasons, TDC had to really, there was an opinion request from the Ministry of Health, and TDC is really in bad situation. We gave our opinion, which we consider as an historic opinion, opinion 151. Very soon there will be a collection of all the opinions of TDC, more than 500 pages. This should be published. The Ministry of Health requested the opinion of our authority for the protection of personal data. TDC, within it, by virtue of its mandate, is requesting the archives of forensic medicine. Do we give it the archives or not? The answer of the authority after a 3-hour session, what was the answer? The authority the commission has the right and is entitled to access to all departments of the state without any limitations. But the article is very clear in terms of the protection of personal data. Personal data shall not be referred to anyone except for persons who are able to protect them, and in accordance with law number 63 of 2004, that TDC is not able to protect the personal data in its possession. So, which means that it is not qualified to gain access to the files requested. For the record, I have no information about the protection of personal data, even within the National Archive Department. This means that we are up against so many issues. But we could not stand against the process of transitional justice. We just provided our opinion. We let TDC do its work until the expiry of its mandate. What does the law say? The organic law in Article 24 provides when an official dealing with the processing of information, when this official is no longer processing the data, anyone responsible for personal data in nationwide, when that person ends the processing mission or task, that person is required by law to inform the national authority for the protection of personal data 3 months before expiry of his or her mandate. Because the only authority that decides what to do with the data is the National Authority for the Protection of Personal Data. Go back to the provisions. We sent correspondence to TDC, and as usual, there was no reply whatsoever. What did we do? We proceeded as per the tools at hand. We informed the public prosecutor in charge of the blatant violation by TDC, an intentional violation by TDC, and the case is still in progress at the state police. This is about the protection of personal data. This is what we need to think about when we protect personal data. These data and these archives have to be entrusted to institutions able and qualified to protect personal data. And there are regulations. They are not difficult. This is no rocket science. These rules are available in the law, and I'll try to be concise here. What are the standards? I chose the 4 main rules or standards. And I'm talking based, of course, I will refer to both TDC and the National Archive Department. First and foremost, the first legal obligation, we need to carry out preemptive procedures by TDC to establish that there is a system for the protection of personal data. Hence, thereafter, obtaining a resolution by TDC, which Siem Ben Sedrine refused to do in 2016. Secondly, to secure the data, what does it mean? It means I cannot find a communique by the National Archive Department that someone stole or erased the data. To securing the documents is bound by rules. Even Siem Ben Sedrine cannot secure the data 100%. We need to make a security audit that TDC declined to do, which is binding by law 2004, but law number 5 also binds her to do so. Secondly, if I am in possession of sensitive data, I have to carry out risk studies. Because when I have a system that is covered online, all the pirates will just go after it. They would probably tamper with it. And they use it for blackmailing, probably, and to affect people's dignity. So we need to secure the data, because the responsibility goes on the shoulder of those in charge of processing the data. And the 2019 communique was a testament that TDC was not up to the task. Third, when, of course, memory is not for myself, it will be published. It will be available for researchers. So what am I going to do with the personal data? The rule. And there is no other rule but the rule. To conceal the identity. And anonymity, total anonymity. So I take all the data and remove personal names and anything that would lead to the identity. And then I can an open go procedure, and we can publish it without limit, because we don't know who that person is. And that is the most important. Anonymity. This was my piece of advice that I gave to Siem Ben Sedrine in 2016. I told her that the data system has to be anonymous. And so if you put a file in a drawer with the real names of the persons, that is adventurous, that is risky. We should not digitize it. You cannot protect it if you publish it online. So my words fell upon deaf ears. And I hope Mr. Jaled can hear what I'm saying, because just to conclude, we should keep in mind that these documents can be accessed by any research. It's a raw material that the researchers use, but we should not overlook the victims. The victims that are at the core of these documents, part of their lives, if not their own, their entire life. And among the fundamental rights for the protection of personal data is known by two expressions, and that you find in all the laws for the protection of personal data: the right to access. The right to access. This is not about access to information, because Mr. Adnan has Article 24 with derogations. In this rule, there's no derogation. The right to access my personal data, I can go to TDC and I ask for a copy of my file, and there could be no denial, and I don't need a letter of request or any judicial warrant. It is my full-fledged right, and in the future, if all the data are available in the National Archive, if the person says, I'm Shukri Gaddis and I have a file with TDC and I would like to get a copy, that person will be entitled to that copy immediately. That's if we stick to the law. And any reluctance to provide with that demand would carry the sentence of 6 months imprisonment. 8 months. It carries 8 months imprisonment if the person requests personal access to personal file without gaining access to this file. This is the advice I'd like to give to protect the memory of the entire work of remembrance that really took so much effort and money throughout these years. Thank you for your attention. I hope I complied with the time allotted to me. Thank you, Mr. Shawqi. Thank you for being punctual and for your valuable paper.
So he tried to deal with legal issues which are prevailing now, especially he spoke about some shortcomings which drew a blow against the TDC work. And but this is not only to speak about the shortcomings, but today the archive of the TDC and the archive of transitional justice is in the hands of national archives. The goal is how to overcome these shortcomings in the work, tremendous work awaiting us and awaiting the national archives. When we dealt with Mr. Shawqi or Mr. Hadi Jaled, we tried to facilitate this possible partnership which will consolidate the work of the National Archives and to make progress in the very near future. Without much ado, Mr. Adnan Laswood, the President of the High Authority of Access to Information, is going to speak about the access to these archives, archive of the Transitional Justice. Mr. Adnan Laswood, you have the floor. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Ahmed. First of all, I would like to extend my thanks to all the organizers of this scientific seminar and who bestowed honor upon me by inviting us to address you during this seminar and to be equally partners in the organization of this seminar. So I thank you very much. I thank very much all the organizers. So I will speak, I will address, Mr. Shawqi Midba. I always say that I am a teacher, and Mr. Shawqi always is honored with us. So the paper presented, I'll be speaking like a judicial judge. We don't speak a lot, but we listen a lot and rarely speak. But today I'm putting another hat, and now I'm the president of the president of the High Authority of the Access of Information. But despite my teeth, I'm still wearing the hat of a judge. So the topic I opted to speak about is, you know, some brainstorming, some ideas. It's not really a paper in the classical meaning, but it's just food for thought. I will try to highlight the relationship between the framework law about access to the archives and the framework of the transitional law, and including the law that govern the archives. In other terms, it's a tripartite relation between the three different laws. Allow me, first of all, to start this idea by reading three articles, two articles from the Constitution and one article from the framework law concerning the implementation of transitional justice and its organization. And they are articles which I deem to be pillar in order to resist any attempt which may cast a blow against the transitional justice and the preservation of the memory. So the articles are quite clear, self-explanatory. At the top of the pyramid, till the bottom of the bottom of the pyramid, which is the law which are under the Constitution. Article 21 of the Constitution enshrines or stipulates that the citizens, male and female, have equal rights and duties without any segregation whatsoever. The second paragraph, it is the duty of the state to preserve the rights of the individuals and to provide the conditions of life of dignity. The new article stipulates that the states guarantees the right to information, the right to access information, and the state will spare no part to guarantee the access to network of communication. Another article equally stipulates that preserving the national memory is a right to all the future generations or rather, the preservation of national memory is a right for Tunisia's coming generation, and it is a duty that the state and all the institutions or those falling under its supervision should carry out in order to learn lessons from the past and commemorate the victims. These are three articles which I consider will ensure the success of transitional justice. There is no doubt that these are pillar articles interrelated in order to ensure the success of transitional justice in Tunisia, and in order to take it to it's also a commitment or result-based commitment, and a commitment to achieve some results by the Tunisian government. And I firmly believe that we have no other option and no other choice. It's an obligation which is binding upon the state to achieve tangible results. In addition to this, I will try through this short food for thought to highlight the relation which is a strong relation between the framework law of number 53 of 2013 concerning transitional justice and how it should be organized, and the law number 22 of 2016, 24 of March 2016, concerning the right of access to information on the other hand. And the common denominator or factor between the two texts and in the framework of this relation is the content or the guarantees that are provided by the two texts, at least theoretically speaking, in order to ensure or to complete the success of transitional justice, or at least the stages that have not been achieved in order to preserve the national memory, and to guarantee the non-recurrence of serious violations of the dictatorship regime. The framework law governing the right of access to information after it has been enacted in 2016 has a quick or direct dialectic relation with this process, and it constitutes one of the prerequisites to achieve a good implementation of transitional justice in Tunisia, and to ensure its success and to achieve its goal, namely national reconciliation, comprehensive national reconciliation, and paying tribute to the victims. And as I said in the beginning, The right of access to information is a constitutional law. It has been lifted to constitutional law according to Article 35 of the Constitution. And the Tunisian constitution, which requires bluntly an institution to supervise the practicing of this constitutional right within procedural and legal procedures in order to achieve all the goals that are stipulated by this law. And I would like to remind you of them. They are lofty, noble goals. They represent the spirit of the law. This law seeks to guarantee the right of each individual, whether moral or physical person, to have access to the information and to obtain the information. And of course, what is meant here by information is information that concerns the public life and everything which has any relation with the management of public funds. The right of information shall apply whenever public finance are managed. The second goal is to consolidate the principle of transparency and accountability, and accountability, especially with regard to the management of public finance or public funds. The third goal is to promote the citizenship culture among individuals by inciting them to take part in or participating in designing the policies, their implementation and their assessment. In addition to improving the public utilities and to consolidate the trust in the institutions that do that. And we have thousands of institutions that are concerned by this law. And within our duties and in the monitoring operation that we carry out, we are now oversighting and monitoring according to our capacities, because, as you know, our institution does not have enough staff and does not have enough money to do that. We are monitoring 800 public institutions in order to examine the degree of their commitment to implement the provisions of this law, such as the proactive dissemination of the information, and with regard to their commitment to publicize and use the websites and to update their websites. This is what our agency or what authority does according to its prerogatives. Has considered through this decision that the freedom of access to information and the right to access the information is a basic right, and it is the cornerstone of all the liberties defended by the United Nations since 1946 or 56. And access to information has been considered as a means to reveal all violations and corruption when in the management of public utilities, including also the gross violation of human rights. And this shows the dialectic relation between access to information as legal mechanisms decided by many countries. In many countries, we have about 140 countries which have laws that govern and that guarantees access to information. I think about 130 countries and 140 countries. The Tunisian law is classified 13 or ranks 13 according to the United Nations, according to the UNESCO. So internationally, Tunisia ranks 13th, which means that we have the international standards to guarantee access to the information, be it from the procedural way or from legal, judicial point of view and from the institutional point of view. Here I'm talking about the setting up of an independent authority to preserve and to guarantee these rights and the implementation of a person in charge of this operation, and whose duty is to receive the complaints about access to information. And so I said this shows the dialectic relation between access to information as a judiciary decision to preserve the national memory and to avoid any recurrence of violations, because we have several cases, and I will mention them. They were published. They were dealing with the IVD archives, or the transferred TDC archive transferred to the Prime Ministry. We have 18 cases that have been published. 18 have been dealt with, decided upon, and 4 are still underway. Another goal is to encourage scientific research and to encourage investigative journalism, which is equally an important mechanism which has a close relation with preserving the national memory. And last but not least, to implement participatory democracy and to improve the relation between the state and its citizens. And this is also a noble, lofty goal of the law governing the access to information. These are some of the goals that have been enshrined by the law, and this requires examining and analyzing the current prevailing situation and the law which is still prevailing until now in Tunisia, of course, and which has a close relation with the theme. There is an obvious conflict sometimes, and sometimes there is partial or total contradiction between the laws. The laws were enacted after the revolution, be it before the new constitution was enacted on 31st of January 2014, and some of other laws were enacted after 2014. What I mean here by the contradiction is that some laws, in a way, contradict with the framework law concerning transitional justice, its organization, and which have become obsolete and does not keep pace with all the mutations, the quick mutations that the Tunisian society is going through, especially with regard to rights and freedom and chaos that is prevailing. We shouldn't forget about this chaos. The goal is to implement transitional justice with all its facets, such as finding proof and evidence, reconceiving truth, working on accountability in order to preserve the national memory. And this is closely related, and we all agree on this, this is closely related and linked to the archive law. That is why I was hoping that Mr. Hedi were here with us, so that I was actually wanted to give him this hot potato to speak about, because I know there are some people who are against the archiving law. So I was hoping that there will be interactive discussion concerning this archiving law. So, as I said, this is closely linked to the archiving law, because dealing with the archive of the TDC will undoubtedly be done through the legal framework, the prevailing one, which is, that is to say, number 95 of the year to 1988. I don't know whether this law has not been amended or changed so far after all the mutations and the new constitution and the mutation that Tunisia is going through, and in the light of international conventions that Tunisia is part to. So we have a law of 1988 governing the archive. So according to me, and according to the opinion of many people concerned about transitional justice, I firmly believe that the current law, archiving law, is one of the main handicap and stumbling block to ensure the success of transitional justice the way we wish it and hope it, and in the way it has been decided, and according to constitutive legislator through the framework law of 1913 governing the implementation of transitional justice, and its organization. And despite the fact that the documents that constitute the archive are collected according to the provision of the first article of the law that I mentioned, the provisions are quite clear, and the provision stipulates that the documents are collected for the benefit of general public, to meet the needs of the management and scientific research, and to prove the rights of individuals. This is the ultimate goal of collecting the documents. One of the goals is to prove the rights of individuals. But what has been noticed, as far as we are concerned, of course, and what has been recorded, is that a large number of the victims of despotism and tyranny are still suffering the ordeals of difficulties, various difficulties, and refusal by some authorities with regard to their requests, with regard to access to information and access to the documents that concern them personally. They are not, they do not want to access other people's documents, but their own documents, and which are available in among the documents collected by the TDC, which were sent to the Prime Ministry, and then the second stage were sent to the National Archives. With regard to the paper archives, and the digitalized archives are still in the premises of the Prime Ministry, so we are still waiting. And I firmly believe that this institution to take care of the archives will not be set up, and even the digital archive will be transferred to the National Archive. I'm saying this despite the fact that these victims, as I said before, have legal texts, clear legal texts. The legal framework does exist in order to protect our memories. The law of the law governing the National Archive must be amended because it has become obsolete. Because, as I said, these victims, as I said before, have legal texts and decisions about the rights, and supposedly they must be allowed flawlessly to obtain their rights and to have access to all documents and information they are entitled to, regardless of their forms, which they desperately need in order to preserve their rights. And in the court cases, now they have cases which are published in the special chambers, the specialized chambers, and you know, they are in deadlock because they lack certain documents, which must be added to these files, and so far they have not been managed to obtain them. So what shall they do? They are cognizant that this and that their documents are in the hands of the Prime Ministry, and then they have been transferred to the National Archives. They know very well that these documents do exist. And we received applications, and we have received appeals also against the decision refusing access to information with regard to their right. We have cases that have been published. So once again, I would like to remind you of the provision of Article 32, which made of the state and clearly the best guarantee of access to information. And I would like to remind you of the provision of the other law dated 2016 concerning access to information, which stipulated in its first article that the goal is to ensure and to guarantee the right of every individual or moral person. And this article underscores what follows. It underscores the right to access to information. This is equally stipulated in Article 4. It says that depositing the documents, including the information to which one has the right of access to, according to the explanation of this law, does not go against having access to it. In other terms, this is in total contradiction with the provisions of the archiving law. You know, the basic law, the framework law of access to information is a framework. It's a framework law. And it's an organic law which enshrined in the Constitution, whereas a lower status law, which has become, as I said, completely obsolete, which is part of the past. So, of course, but there are some exceptions provided for by the law. There are some exceptions, such as the obligation to protect individual information, the prerequisites of security, national defense, also intellectual property rights, and also other cases where concerning national defense exceptions. This is provided for by Article 24, governing access to information. And this in this Article 4 of the Framework Organic Law of Access to the Information, as you notice, allows, or makes of access as a general rule with some exception. Access can be done according to the law, even after they have been deposited at the National Archives, let alone if the matter concerns an application to obtain individual personal files. They are talking about access to their own files, not to other people. No, they are talking here about having access to their own documents, because there are documents, necessary documents, which must be included to the files, which are deposited at the court's special chambers. I would like to reiterate, this is very important. Having access is very easy. So when we receive complaints or requests concerning the appeal against a decision denying them access to information, when their applications are denied or declined by the archive authority, as a matter of fact, we have a legal the first degree jurisdiction, first degree, because as a matter of fact we act as a court, not really a court in a structural way, but it is a functional court, and its decisions are binding, and they can be appealed against at the administrative court. So we receive these cases. We ask for documents. We ask for documents from the defendant institutions, and the defendant institutions must give us the necessary documents so that we can assess. And we have Article 24, which includes many exceptions, and we assess whether it can be sent to us or not. We carry out the assessment. It's not the institution that detain the archives to examine the receivability of the documents. So, and to see how much, for example, these documents concern intellectual institutional right. And it's not up to these public institutions to make the assessment and decide whether these documents can be communicated or not. And this has been decided by the Council, and the administrative court has equally applied this decision, because, as I said, our decision can be appealed against at the administrative court. So all the institutions are required to help the authority on access to information to facilitate its work, and this include providing the high authority with the requested document object of the request, and then the high authority will actually explain its position. We send an answer to the concerned institution. We communicate with the defendant and it's what you call contradictory rule. And it has to be borne in mind that the high authority on access to information does not provide the documents that it receives for the investigation about courts published at the high authority. We do not really give the court, we do, the confidentiality rule applies. Whether we decide to accept the case or reject it, our role, the role of the high authority, is to accept or to reject the application. And as a matter of fact, either we support the institution's decision not to submit the documents, or we ask the institution to deliver the copy to the person concerned. So we guarantee, as I said, the secrecy and the confidentiality, and at the same time, we do not give these documents to anybody, because they might give us the original copy, and after that we give him back his documents, the documents that he has given to us. We have to bear in mind also Article 40 of Transitional Justice, which is in total harmony with the provision of Article 40. It is a mechanism used by the TDC to have access to the archive, the public and private archives, but according to me, this is quite important, but according to me, the provisions of the Article 40 do not really benefit to the victims, because it stipulates the authority has that following prerogatives: access to the public and private archives, regardless of the stipulations of the law, so that the victims have access to these archives and obtain the victims that concern them individually, regardless of the provisions and of the law. And here he refers to the provisions stipulated by the consequently, and in accordance to what was said before, we have to review and amend the current legal framework governing the management of the archives, to make it in harmony with the provisions of the constitutions and new legal texts which contradict some of its provisions. And by way of conclusion, I would like to say that the authority, High Authority of Access to Information, is an independent authority, has been set up to ensure and to guarantee a constitutional right, which is access to information, and provide all the procedural and the judiciary right, so that this right can be practiced by all Tunisian citizens, male and female. This is a revolutionary decision. It's a right which is the result of the revolution, and consequently, the High Authority of Access to the Information, and this is, I'd like to reiterate, will not. And we do not deal with the cases, we do not involve any politics, we do not deal with these files on the basis of political reasons. We do not, as I said, deal with these files on the because of political reasons. We are technocrats, of law technocrats. We apply the law from its technical point of view, and we do not involve any politics. We are apolitical, an apolitical authority. We don't even understand the politics, and we don't want to be involved in politics.
So we deal with these cases in keeping with the provisions of the organic law about governing access to information, which consecrates a constitutional right. Thank you very much. With regards to the figures, I wanted to give you 11 cases. We have 18 lawsuits, either in connection with TDC before it ends its mandate, or in connection with the National Archive. 11 of these lawsuits have been disposed, and we issued resolutions of admission or rejection. 6 are pending. The documents that we requested, 30 more. The documents that we request, and when these plaintiffs they ask for the final decisions and resolutions of TDC that are of personal concern to them, they ask justified decisions and the transcripts for end of the investigation, and the legal document that establishes the veracity of the human rights violations, and a copy of the official gazette that enables them to sue and pursue recourse to justice as a aggrieved party. These are the kind of cases that we intake and that we adjudicate as a court. With my thanks and my apology for my lengthy intervention, I remain at your full disposal for any questions or clarification. Thank you very much, Mr. Adnan Al-Aswad, the head of the Authority for Access to Information. This is quite a valuable paper. We wish we could have it in writing to share it with the participants. Mr. Adnan, in addition to the task of your authority, in addition to the statistics provided to us, to the cases in process, probably there's a need to review the legal framework in this regard. We now hand over to the expert Romain Le Dauphin, who is chargé of project. Romain, you have the floor. Can you hear me well? Good afternoon, good evening. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers, ICTJ, the UNDP, and the Office of the High Commission for Human Rights. And I would like to warmly thank the panelists. And I'd like to greet all those who are listening to us. First of all, it's a great honor for Swiss Peace. I'd like to make some statements regarding the importance of the archives. They are very important in the process of transitional justice in terms of reparation, memorialization, and criminal procedures, and to I will share with you a presentation I hope that you can see my presentation on the screen. What kind of access to the TDC archives? There could be different kinds of access. I wanted to remind Swiss Peace why in Swiss Peace we would like to really have information to proceed. We supported TDC in February in 2015, and throughout the mandate of TDC, we coached TDC in terms of the strategy and access to information for the mapping of archives and the research for and support on thematic issues on memory, gender, the preservation, access, and use of archives, and the issue of reparation. And our support was concluded in 2018 on the audiovisual archives, and it was used by my colleague Dabesh previously. I would like to greet her today. We had the pleasure to work with her and to work with Mr. Dijalam, with Mr. Adel Maizi, who will be present with us tomorrow. I will go quickly on TDC archives. I think Narges has presented that at length about the TDC archives. these archives exist, they are available. Something else mentioned, this defining moment at the expiry of TDC mandate, the transfer of these archives. It has been mentioned that this memory is under threat. It is also a memory that exploded at different levels, because these archives now at the National Archive Department and the audiovisual recordings are at the presidency. The archives are kind of blasted, and blasted in terms of the source of the TDC archives. That is the source of these documents that constitute TDC archives. TDC created new documents, and likewise for the Presidency of the Republic and the different ministries and regional departments, tribunals, and private archives, or from victims or civil society. These archives are scattered because these archives make it even more complex in terms of access to them and to the certain files. I wanted to quickly remind you of the executive summary report of TDC and its recommendations, the establishment of an institution and the reforms suggested at the level of the National Archives to ensure its independence. The expansion of the legal powers, the increase in human resources, the increase in resources and equipment, and the training of staff. These are the recommendations included in the final report. I will go quickly on the legal framework. The panelists who preceded me covered it at length. I just wanted the organic law of 2013 that makes a reference to the preservation, but stops short of explicitly referring to access, which is something I'd like to bounce back on. The preservation. Do we keep the archives in a box without providing access? This is an issue about the organic law. There's no emphasis on access for the victims. I'll ask my colleagues to mention something about the organic law, but access is not guaranteed. According to law number 1988 that was mentioned by my predecessor, I'd like to say what the law says about national public archives. At the level of communication and access, what are the deadlines? For the time being, we have Article 15, 16, and 17 regarding access deadline, 30 years to be classical, and 60 years. And I don't want to go back on the different clauses regarding the protection of confidential and personal data. There's also 100 years. Also information of medical nature. Article 17 provides for derogations. This provides a framework, 1988, which we lost the sound of the speaker. Romain, we seem to have lost communication and connection with you. Romain, can you hear us, please? Let's try to re-establish the sound. So we will be shortly back to the Swiss peace representative. He was referring to the legal framework governing the Tunisian system with regard to the archive law and the deadlines which pose a real issue regarding transitional justice, 30, 60 and 100 years for the statutes of limitation. This raises issues with regard to the access for either the victims or any individual wishing to gain access to these data pertaining to the archives of transitional justice. Omar, are you still with us? We do not know whether this outage comes from the source. The issues pertaining to access to archives, as Mr. Adnan Leswed previously said, in the future there are 18 cases that have been filed at the Authority for Access to Information. All victims are entitled by virtue of the right to access information. The second issue, in addition to the victims themselves who are entitled to gain access to the files that they submitted to the Truth and Dignity Commission under its mandate, this is an important issue. It's very important for other parties, be it associations, natural persons or legal entities. They are entitled to gain access to these data. This raises the issue of the protection of personal data pertaining to the victims. This is also, we need to remove the personal data and submit these data and publish these data with due regard to the international standards in this respect. I wonder whether Romain is going to get back to us or whether he is still disconnected. So, with regard to the preservation of archives, there was a quick political decision, and it's not maybe at the level of the presidency or at the level of the executive. It was the Security Council. It's a resolution of the Security Council that asked the Secretary General to prepare a system for data security and access to archives before the entry of the entry into force of 2015. So there was an order to prepare an official document with Article 27, which is quite interesting, access to these archives and managing access to archives, the mechanism to ensure ongoing protection of these data. It also ensures access and the processes of the declassification of archives. This is to just underscore the political decision that was made. And then after the political decision, it's a regulatory document at the level of the institution that will be entrusted with it was the official mechanism, which was later the National Archive Department, and a regulatory document that tries to resolve so many issues, which is access policy to the document that was created in 2017, which combines the political decision of 2010 and the fulfillment on the ground. So it was created in 2017 and it was revised in 2019, and it grants, it gives the scope of application, and it defines the responsibilities, how the different institutions are represented that are present here in the panel could be involved in this process that breaks down access to document, classified and non-classified documents, the request procedures, the processing procedures for these applications to provide a framework for the National Archives Department, and the procedures that was mentioned by my colleague, the management procedures and the declassification procedures. This is an important public document that can be found online, a news page, and that provides for the main principles. Once this document is drafted, then we move on to the implementation. Who will implement? These are the archivists who will digitize the documents and will describe the documents. There was staff, 15 staff entrusted, and hence the need for human resources. This kind of work requires big staff. There are standards for the description. The activities of qualification that were mentioned, the activities that take so much time. Since 2012, TPI describes the documents, audiovisual documents, and these are more difficult to really, we have to disguise the voice and the pictures, and this requires a lot of staff in technical terms. That's why sometimes access deadlines are so big. That's to enable the archivists to do their job. And this is a meticulous, really painstaking work, and it requires so much time to conceal and to disguise the picture and to modify the voice. Therefore, we need these staff to be really qualified. So I gave some examples, some testimonies in black. The name, of course, has been removed. On your right, you have faces that have been scrambled. This is just to ensure that these people cannot be recognized with disguised faces. This is what the UN is doing with a lot of technical and financial support. That's about a 10-year work that they are trying to conceal the identity and the disguise the pictures. Hence the importance of the work that needs to be done. At the level of the archivists, so we need to set up some reading rooms where people could come, and that's very important, with computers to ensure access in due time and to help researchers. It's also with the establishment of database with research engine. We have the database of TPIR, where we could conduct in-depth research with metadata and descriptions. This requires a lot of work as well. And the archivist is there to do some kind of cultural mediation and to tap into the content of the archives so that the archives do not remain stored, and to ensure they are used. The establishment of exhibition and within the framework of transitional justice, to invite people who need to get acquainted with the history, the school pupils, or these activities are entrusted to the archivists. I gave you 3 examples of virtual exhibitions, with one that is focused on the role of the position of children that are available online. The archivist has a crucial role in this relationship. He is the one who has the keys, and he has to have regulations and rules on how to share information with users and how to ensure that the users can have as many tools as possible, and to ensure that the users are not too dependent, to grant access according to well-established rules, could inform the users through clear-cut and transparent rules. And the role of the user is to conduct research thanks to tools. The users could be the victims, historians, journalists, or any citizen. Access is important. Anyone who is interested could have archive and could have a means to gain access to the archives. So the users depend on the archivist. This interface between the archive and the users. We could also provide training to train users how to search for information, how to find information that may be of interest, and to conclude, to provide an international framework. What are the international standards? There are principles, of course, that have been defined by the International Council of Archivists, and these principles are quite clear. It's the right, public right to access archives. As my predecessor has explained, the institutions are bound to really advertise these archives, not to leave them in the boxes, and to ensure that there are closed archives. So while maintaining the confidentiality of these archives are confidential, are classified, they are locked, but you may request them by means of derogation, and that's for the sake of the transparency of a democracy. The corrective approach is very important, the remedial approach, to provide information on these restrictions, to make sure that these instructions are very clear. It's very important for people to know. These are the just and equitable reasons we need to inform the people. Some people are less educated, but they have to be provided with the tools to gain access. Just 2 minutes. We also single out the victims are particular users, and we have to attend to their access to information, because they will use these archives in order to establish their rights. And therefore, this is one of the main important principles of the International Archive Council, to recognize the victims are specific users, because they will need them to establish their rights. This is called, so there's the right to appeal, and the institutions cannot hide behind operational constraints. And these are about political decisions. The institutions providing access have to be well aware of these regulations. The archivists also have to have access to these archives as part of their duties. Of course, there are secret and classified archives for national defense, but we have to ensure that also archivists have access to classified archives. Archivists have also to take part in the decisional process for access to archives. With regard to law 1988, archivists have to be actively involved in the in this process. I'd like to conclude, and I'd like to thank Mr. Ahmed Alwi for the High Commission for setting up this panel. And we have to keep this balance between transparency and the protection of witnesses and data. And this is no easy thing to do. It requires a lot of work. And I hope that the International Criminal Court for Rwanda was a good example that would give us good ideas for the next steps. I remain available. It was my honor to coach TDC. A new step starts now with the archives of TDC. We are available to coach Tunisia in this on this level, and I thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Omar Dauphin, the expert, for your valuable paper. Now we're lagging behind the schedule, and we have the final session. If you allow me, if you have maybe one question or two, very short questions, so that we can move ahead and tackle the next session, which will be monitored by Ms. Nadia Ismail. Hi, Can we start? I would like to welcome you all to the third panel, which is to see what has been done at the local level. First of all, I would like to apologize to Bushra and Munya for this delay. And I would like to apologize to you equally. I would like to introduce Bushra and Munya. Bushra is a journalist. She's a feminist. And she's one of the who created the broadcast on the 14th of January. Munya is inceptor of the Where Were You in the Intifada. Where were you on the 14th of January? So therefore, I would like to ask you a question. I heard your broadcast during the confinement period, and I remember this podcast because, as you said, it was an alternative document about what happened on the 14th of January 2011, and I was impressed by the details when you see a photographer, how he could capture that picture, and the process went through, and then episode 11 about Saif and his discussion between his mother and the student who for the first time heard Saif homosexuality. And so I'd like to ask you, Bushra and Munya, why did you create this podcast during that time? Why did you choose the medium of the podcast? And then what advice would you give to the young people who are facing, as I said, heritage or legacy full of discrimination? What can they do in the light of the situation now, which is far away from the narrative that we are eyewitnessing? There are some, they are using some initiatives to speak about the memory. So you have the floor. So Munya and Bushra are going to divide the podcast. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Bushra Triki. So, as Nadia just said, one of the podcasts that we carried out in Intifada is what we call Where Were You on the 14th of January. So the idea, why a podcast actually? Because it is the result of an intifada or an upheaval. It's a medium, new medium, quite old and new at the same time, because it's a continuity of a radio program. But it's a medium, it's a podcast, which means you do not depend on a radio, or you don't depend on production company to create a podcast. This is quite a new idea, and it's a format which is evolving. I think there are hundreds of podcasts in the world, hundreds of thousands, and it allows you to act in an intimate way and to go deep into topics, and sometimes because with the image, when you use the podcast, it's mainly the topic. The topic, you tend to forget who's talking, who's speaking. It doesn't matter whether you know him or not. What is more important, what was said, what is the memory, or what can we remember from the discussion. So the idea, why the 14th of January in particular, Munya would be dealing with that. Why the 14th of January? This emanated from the media, and we are the inceptors. We are committed, in particular, committed to rewrite history and to convey the memory. We follow closely the process of forensic justice. We create a certain number of content specifically dealing with this memory, and we said it in a way that does not really copy or emulate the official speech or discourse or narrative. And so far, we do not know our history. We don't have memory so far. And as we were saying a few minutes ago, as we don't know our memory, we cannot go beyond what happened, and we cannot really build something positive. So one of the main goals of Intifada is to take part in this rewriting process, a very important process of this revolution, this ongoing revolution. And even if the 14th of January took place maybe like 10 years ago, we forgot it. Why did we forget it? Because we have not written our history yet. Because even if it is still recent, we tend to forget it, even if we were there, even if we eyewitnessed it and took part in it. So the various characters who took part in this podcast and other podcasts that we have produced constitute different types of identities, different types of problematics, different types of access to activism, a form of freedom, which will remind us of this collective memory, but at the same time in an individual way, because everyone has his own experience, everything went through different situation, and we try to reconstitute all this. We try to have to discuss with different individuals who narrate the same story, and we try to help them to identify themselves to this, but at the same time to a wider scope. We start with the individual, and I mean we focus on zoom in on the individual, on something very particular, and we try to examine the global landscape or scope. Why the 14th of January? Because it's part and parcel of the dates, at least in Tunis. In Tunis, not necessarily in the other regions, and we can produce other podcasts concerning the regions, and this is very important. But I think the 14th of January has become part and parcel of the memory. It is the date of the Tunisian Revolution, the living of Ben Ali, the demonstration on Avenue Habib Bourguiba, and how things went on. And strangely enough, not really strangely enough, because it's our culture not to rewrite history. It's like the scandals in the media, and we write about one, and then we forget about it, and we consign it consign it to oblivion when the next one emerges. But at least this we could have examined the specificities of the 14th of January. There was a demonstration, and people and men and women and Ben Ali took the plane. No, we wanted to see what really happened, what people felt, what were their emotions, what were their experiences, whether confronting the police, what is the proper idea of activism. The people receive, for example, a feminist education, but at the same time they learn to fight. It is, it's an experience. Hamid al-Din, the photographer, became aware of things at the age of 50. He understood the essence of revolution at the age of 50. Others understood it earlier. We equally wrote things for this podcast for the future generation, people who did not witness this revolution. If we do not write this history, how can they remember? How can they remember that the revolution was something good and Ben Ali was something not good? As their parents may tell them that Ben Ali is a good person. And to go back to the people who took part in the podcast, one thing important should be underscored. There was something that was kept hidden, such as the testimonies of Malik Zaidi, who was arrested and was at the Home Ministry in the cell. He was kept in the cell from the 14th of January until the 18th. So we have actually the 10th episode, I think, or the 9th, I can't remember, says the speaker of the podcast. There is a testimony of this guy. For me, this is very important. Why? Because Yusuf, who in the cell, Yusuf told us about what happened in this cell on the 14th of January. We wanted to examine what happened not outside the ministry, but equally inside the ministry itself. And this is not really easily accessible, not easily heard. It's not just a matter that he was arrested on the 14th of January and he did not know that a revolution took place. Meanwhile, once he left the Home Ministry on the 18th, he heard and he learned that the revolution took place. And this, in a way, will differ from what you would hear from people who eyewitnessed the 14th of January. The second question concerns the young people. What would you advise the young people? I think I said it. I will repeat it again. It's a heavy burden, a heavy task. How can we tell, or how can we help the young people learn about the past? I think this is part of your podcast. What advice would you give to the young to be part and parcel and to understand deeply this revolution, and not to have a superficial knowledge of the revolution?
Before we give advice to youth who have access to information, that is not enough, but the official narrative is there. But I want to advise the less young and those who have continued this absence of memory. Today we don't have memory because of the previous generations. We did not give access to information under the dictatorship. We wanted to forget with regard to the process of transitional justice, with all the issues of TDC, but who tried to really hinder this process of memorialization. These are the ancient representatives of the former power, but less so for the youth. The youth, what we characterize as youth, we are the ones who should grant them access. How could they know whether they have school manuals that tell them the same story? If we don't grant them access, if the archives are not accessible, if the alternative narratives are not available, they themselves will not get to know the memory of their countries. I believe that it's a very important role to give access and to attract people to know. I'm not going to advise youth. I'm still a young person, and our role as media is to attract them and to give them access to an alternative story and to grant them memory. And then they can embrace it themselves, because apart from the official narrative. A recap. I'd like to concur with Munia. It's very difficult to blame a generation. Please stick to one language, either Arabic or French, for the sake of interpretation. I cannot blame the young or the current generation or the generation after that is not interested in what happened in our history, but I can blame our own generation and the previous generation who did not attach importance to their history that they have witnessed. So, as the next generation, they probably have may exhibit more curiosity. If we provide them with enough material, they would not hesitate to look into the history. Just to sum up, Bushra, you said that you refer to the official narrative that has to be changed. We need to give more room for alternative discourse in order to provide youth with the opportunity to dig out the information. In your podcast, you create material for people to dig out. I'd like to thank you very much. I apologize for this tardy session, and congratulations for your podcasts that are very successful. Thank you very much. Thank you. Is Nadia with us? Nadia Ben Yusuf? Can I speak in English directly? So I will speak in Arabic. I wonder whether you have heard Bushra and Munya talking about their podcast. Where were you on the 14th of January? And this podcast contains alternative documentation on what happened on that day. I just wanted to build on what's been said. We need to provide room for youth to find alternative stories or facts on what happened after the revolution. So I'd like to ask you, as an advocacy director and as a person who has witnessed a very personal event, and that event is also a national event, that you are the grandchildren, the granddaughter of Ben Yusuf. How did you manage to deal with that event, with the legacy of Saleh Ben Yusuf, and how you have learned to reconcile with that fact, which is both personal and national news? I wonder whether you got my question.
Of the martyr Saleh Ben Yusuf, freedom fighter, anti-colonial revolutionary. I'm on the panel here with my father, who's in Tunis, and I know would have loved to be with you in person, but is glad to be on the line. And so the history that, you know, our colleagues and comrades are speaking of, this buried history of Tunisia, both kind of in this immediate term and the significance of that for the national project of creating what you were mentioning, the alternative reality. You know, I think part of what is so important about understanding our history is that it has the keys to the future. And particularly when you look at the anti-colonial movement and that moment in Tunisian history that was attempted to be buried, there's so much richness there that points to a potential future vision for Tunisia and indeed kind of a global community that requires an intergenerational commitment to that memory. And I think that's what also the podcast was speaking of, and why you're thinking that this, you know, it's beyond what happens with the archives. It includes that, of course, but what does the archive, what does the work of the Transitional Justice Project, what does the cultural work in Tunisia do to shatter the master narrative and then create that alternative discourse? And I think going back to history, the history of that moment in Tunisia from, it starting, if we will, in 1955, which is the period of exploration of the transitional justice process. Those moments, the reason they were so significant is because they mirrored in many ways what happened on January 14, what happened during the revolution, that there was a mass uprising and desire for an alternative reality. And I think that momentum and then the trajectory of that is really important for us to study. What happened as the Tunisian people came together, believed in a completely different anti-colonial, decolonized future, and were repressed, totally repressed and totally silenced. And I'm speaking as the granddaughter of Salah bin Youssef, who in 1961 was ultimately assassinated for believing in that alternative future and organizing towards it. And so the significance, I think, for me, and I know my father will say the same, the non-repetition of history is absolutely critical, but so is learning the lessons of our ancestors about what's possible in our future. So Nadia, if you have other questions, maybe I can hope to hear you this time.
Second question, to build on what you've just said. How can we, in a world where digital world and social media are taking too much importance, so you as someone working on advocacy, how can we invite people or youth to use this space to speak about memory, about the past? I'm going to use the word used by Moni, to attract youth to talk about memory and to consider memory as an important issue in order to learn from it and build upon it.
Well, it's a great question. I think our task as advocates is to make justice irresistible, to make that alternative reality where human dignity is protected, where human rights are preserved and guaranteed, where everyone lives in the fullness of themselves with everything that they need to live healthy and fulfilling lives, where we dismantle a hierarchy of human life. Our task as advocates, and I would say also as artists, and speaking to you as an artist, that is the role, is to make justice and to make that alternative vision irresistible. And I think when we look at the moment of January 14 and the moment of revolution, that's an irresistible moment. That's an irresistible moment, which is why you see so many people taking to the streets, demanding a different reality. And the reason I think that it's so irresistible is because it captures the power of the collective. And I think in a neoliberal world order where everything is so individualized and in fact inhuman, the idea that we are on our own, that we are isolated, that we belong to nothing, to no one, to no history, to no future. This sort of misery of the moment that we're living in was broken apart during the revolution. It was shattered, that particular moment, and which is why I think, that moment is so significant, not because it solved the issues. I think that's also kind of the disillusion when you look back 10 years on, and it's pretty devastating to say, in fact, have our material conditions improved? And to have to say no is disheartening, but that's not the purpose of the revolution. The purpose of the revolution is to connect one another, to make connection and belonging irresistible, and to point us towards what it will take to create the alternative world that we need. And so I take a lot of inspiration from the movement for abolition. I don't know if there's a lot of discussion about it, but it's, you know, the idea of abolishing police and prisons and mechanisms of social control. What it teaches us is that abolition is not just the absence of something. It's not just the destruction of something. So in this context, the revolution is not just the destruction of the old regime. It's not just the destruction of neocolonialism and neoliberalism. It is the presence of something else. Abolition and revolution requires the presence of something else. And I think when you look at history, particularly this anti-colonial history, there was a serious effort to build the alternative. And that was what was so threatening to the powerful, which is why so many of those leaders, so many people in the Yusufis movement were disappeared, were tortured, were silenced, were killed, because they were building at the same time as they were destroying. You know, they were destroying colonialism and they were building global solidarity. They were building an alternative world order. And I think that's what we learn from history.
Just, Nadia, to build on your replies with an additional question. When we hear such conversation, it's quite positive, but it kind of creates some romanticizing. How to strike a balance between romanticizing what we would like to do and romanticizing the impact of the 14th of January that we made a revolution, how to ensure that that remains available and that our actions remain realistic in terms of memory and creating alternative space. Can we really strike this balance? Can you provide your opinion regarding this idea or any advice you can provide in this regard? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that question. And right, I mean, I think something that you and I discussed before the panel, which has stuck with me from our conversation, is the concept that the alternative exists in the smallest space. There's a quote, there's an idea that small is all. Small is everything, right? When you're creating social change, it's not that it's an incremental piece, but it's the small experiences of liberation, the small experiences of reworking memory. So I think all of the initiatives that are part of this panel, individual initiatives, national initiatives, small attempts to create an alternative infrastructure, an alternative memory, that's where I think you can stay romantic, because that really is that's the special part of the actual practice of revolution. So revolution is not an event. Revolution is a structure. Revolution is a practice. And we're in constant revolution. We're in constant becoming and constant bettering. And that happens in our small practices. So it happens in your scholarship. It happens in your art. It happens in your community. So if you look at, you know, the destruction of the coronavirus in Tunisia and elsewhere in the world, the alternative to that was mutual aid programs, small neighborhood programs where we were taking care of each other. That starts breaking down the structures and systems of oppression that keep us apart, that require revolution, because the human condition is one of belonging and of a collective experience. And I think the more that we practice that on a small and individual level, this is the idea that you have to change yourself to change the world. You have to change yourself to change the world. So if you can do that work and that reflective work about trying to understand where you are benefiting from human hierarchy, where you are contributing to the oppression of another, and you uproot that, then that personal work becomes the political work. And I think that if we focus there, then then everyone has a role to play in this experience, right? And everyone has a role to play. But I will also say, while everyone individual has a role to play, it is the responsibility of state parties, not only in Tunisia, but around the world. And I think particularly in a post-colonial, if we're there at all, reality, there are so many different actors who are implicated in this practice of preserving the alternative that the revolution was trying to move us towards.
Thank you, Nadia. Thank you, Nadia, for your replies. We can spend hours on no end on these issues, but something remained on my mind, and I say it in English. We have a lot of uprooting to do. At various levels, at the national or local levels, there's a problem about the structure that we need to work on. That's why, with regard to remembrance, we have to work at a small level, but at the same time it has to be connected to the national level. We have to have this interplay between the individual and the collective to achieve results. Just to conclude, I now move on to Mr. Lutfi, who is still with us, and happy that he's accepted our invitation. We're running out of time. I'd like to ask Mr. Lutfi concisely if he could comment on what Nadia has just said, and if he could give his opinion regarding the post-revolution remembrance perspective, and what the efforts should be deployed and exerted to improve the landscape in Tunisia. Thank you very much for accepting the invitation, Mr. Lutfi.
Oh, well, je vais parler en français si ça vous dérange.
I'll speak in French if possible. Please go ahead.
Oui, merci pour l'invitation.
Thank you for the invitation.
I am definitely, je suis très heureux de suivre ma fille dans cette conversation.
Happy to be involved in this discussion.
Et j'en suis très fier.
And I'm equally proud.
Son grand-père Salah Ben Youssef serait aussi très fier d'avoir une petite
Salah Ben Youssef would be proud to have a granddaughter like you, Nadia.
J'aimerais juste dire que
I'd like to say
que ce qui se passe maintenant en Tunisie dans le cadre de la justice transitionnelle est quand même quelque chose de très positif qui pour arriver à connaître l'histoire de la Tunisie et surtout en ce qui nous concerne, en ce qui me concerne personnellement, en ce qui concerne le drame que la famille de Salah Ben Youssef a vécu. Nous souhaitons que ce qui s'est passé comme assassinat politique de Salah Ben Youssef pour résoudre un problème de différents politiques ne se répète plus jamais en Tunisie et dans les pays du tiers-monde. Je suis aussi très fier
in Tunisia or in the third world country. I'm very proud of the action conducted by Salah Ben Youssef during the 1950s. He was among the first world leaders to speak about third world solidarity and the combat against neo-colonialism that is still continuing, because colonialism and the neo-imperialism are still surrounding us, and the action conducted by Salah Ben Youssef and his team, Mehdi Ben Barka, Thomas Sankara, Ahmed Ben Bella, Nasser, Tito, all of these leaders, their actions,
leur volonté and their will for global liberation continues. And I'm proud that Salah Ben Youssef, one of the first leaders to combat neo-colonialism that we are still suffering from in Tunisia. Tunisia, as well as many other third world countries, are still under the domination of extra-national powers that continue to dominate the scene.
Voilà. Si vous avez une question
if you have a question to ask. Thank you, Mr. Lutfi. Thank you for your intervention. Thank you, Nadia, once again for your insights, for the discussion we had even before the conference. There are no questions. I apologize once again for the tardy session. As you know, we have, the circumstances surrounding conferencing in Tunisia. Thank you very much for your participation. Thanks for the panelists. And to conclude, as I told you, Nadia, if we want to move forward, we need to go back, but with a sense of community and collectiveness in order to build for the future. Thank you very much.